don't see Mr. Cochran.
We can proceed.
All right. People represented by Mr. Darden, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Gordon. All right, we have two matters on the calendar this morning. First, we have a motion by the prosecution asking for the court to direct or to allow a 402 hearing regarding any impeachment evidence that will be presented with regards to witness Mark Furman. Who wishes to address that motion on behalf of the people?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, Ms. Lewis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, back in January, the court ruled on the people's motion in limine with regard to 3 alleged incidents in Detective Furman's past. Of those 3 incidents, the court excluded 2 and ruled that the defense could indeed cross-examine with regard to the Kathleen Bell allegations. The court, it was my impression, based on both your written ruling as well as your comments, Your Honor, that you were ruling in that regard based on several things. One of those things that seemed to weigh predominantly was that there were some circumstances of Detective Furman's involvement, or contact, I should say, with the defendant and the victim in this case, which seemed to cause the court to feel that that was relevant. I want to just briefly address that because I did not do so before, did not have an opportunity before now. First, the court noted that Detective Furman, when he was a patrol officer, did respond to the scene of a domestic violence dispute between the two back in 1985. The court also noted that Detective Furman chronicled that visit in '89 when called upon to do so by the city attorney's office, and the court further noted that Detective Furman responded to the scene of the homicide that happened on June 12th with regard to the same victim. I want to make the point, Your Honor, that it is not unusual, in fact, it is highly common for patrol officers within this city in every area to respond on multiple occasions to the same location for repeat incidences of domestic violence between the same couple. So that is not something that is at all unusual. In fact, it's more the usual. And I know the court has seen cases, I've certainly handled cases where the officers have told me that this was not the first time they responded to that particular scene. In addition, Your Honor, the fact that Detective Furman responded as a homicide detective in 1994 is not of any moment either when one considers that the homicide unit at West LA consists of only 4 homicide detectives, all of whom respond to every homicide. There were only 14 total homicides in West LA Division last year, so that there is not the greater amount of detectives as is present in other parts of the city. So the fact that Detective Furman responded to the homicide scene is of no moment because everyone who worked homicide, every detective, responded to that scene last June. The other point I want to make, Your Honor, in addition to making the point that it is very common for officers to respond to the same scene on multiple occasions, is that Detective Furman did not act affirmatively in any of those contacts, either of those 2 contacts or in the request from the city attorney's office. In 1985, he was responding to a radio call. In 1989, he was responding to a request by the city attorney's office. And only with regard to the 1985 incident, that wasn't even a contact between the defendant and the victim. And in 1994, he was responding to a supervisor's call, Detective Phillips, to go out to the scene. So we don't have a situation where, and even if we had a situation where that I'm about to describe in a moment, it would be commendable, but we don't have that here. We don't have the situation where we have patrol officers who are aware of a particular household having this kind of problem and go on their own volition to try and keep things calm to prevent future violence. So in this instance, we have those couple of cursory contacts, or the one in 1985, which was rather cursory, the 1989, which was not even contact, and then the 1994. And the probative value and relevance of those put together is simply very, very slight. Now, against that backdrop, Your Honor, the people are moving by this motion. It is our attempt to provide a vehicle to the court, for the court to preserve the integrity of this trial. We are asking that the people be allowed an opportunity to respond, to be heard in a 402 hearing before whoever is going to be cross-examining Detective Furman comes out with racially blasphemous types of allegations. Now, it is true, Your Honor, that as the court, I'm sure, has probably instructed this jury, though I haven't seen it yet, questions asked by lawyers are not evidence, and the jurors are supposed to disregard any questions asked by a lawyer when the objection to that question is sustained. But in this situation, Your Honor, we're not talking about the vast majority of types of questions which are asked of a witness. The vast majority of those questions are simply questions that have to do with the testimony of that witness or other witnesses or of evidence in the case. They're not questions which carry with them an assumption that jurors are likely to take personally or have the potential for jurors to be personally highly offended by. And that's what makes this particular type of questioning particularly volatile and emotional. Now, it does not mean because jurors hear this kind of questioning that they're going to go off the deep end. It does mean that they will have planted a cloud and a bitter taste in their mouth with regard to this witness because, frankly, an allegation of racism is one of the most abhorrent things that anyone can say about someone. And it will cause these jurors to remember that and will cloud their perception of this witness. And all we're basically asking for is for an opportunity for the court to decide, not the defense attorney, but for the court to decide whether or not an area is appropriate to go into.
How would you propose we do that?
Well, the most reasoned and orderly method of doing that would be to have the defense disclose what it is they plan to cross-examine Detective Furman about, what incidents. I'm sure they know.
At what point?
Well, we could do that soon. We could set that for a special hearing well in advance of Detective Furman's testimony, and that would be the most orderly and expeditious manner of doing it. It would allow the court as well as counsel opportunity to reflect and think it over. The only
Doesn't that also rob the defense of the tactical advantage of surprise during cross-examination?
Your Honor.
Which is one of the fun parts of cross-examination?
Well, Ms. Clark makes the excellent point that it is only with respect to racial allegations that we're making this request of, and it is in the extraordinary circumstances of this case where this police officer has been castigated in the press as being a racist, and some of that occurred well before this jury was sequestered. We are in a highly extraordinarily unusual situation with regard to the allegations brought against this police officer, given the notoriety of this case. And the way that the allegations have been continued to be set forth and spawned by the defense and the media. So we're in a very unique situation with regard to these particular types of allegations against Detective Furman. Certainly if they have other impeachment available to them, there's no reason why that can't be handled in the normal manner that we're all accustomed to here in the criminal justice system. But there has to be some orderliness imposed upon this trial, Your Honor, in that regard. The court's rulings with regard to Detective Furman are going to be watched by the world because the world's going to be watching his testimony. And your rulings, Your Honor, are going to have a significant effect upon the public perception of how witnesses are treated in the criminal justice system. I want to make sure, Your Honor, that Your Honor has an opportunity to make sure that this trial does continue to go forth in a manner that reflects integrity and a search for the truth, and not some kind of gamesmanship or character assassination on the part of the defense toward the witnesses who testify.
Ms. Lewis, let me ask you this. Let's assume that I view your request as being extraordinary to have a 402 hearing regarding impeachment evidence so far in advance. What other vehicle would you recommend to the court, assuming that I feel that a special hearing for that purpose is not appropriate at this point?
Your Honor, certainly the court could order counsel to approach outside of the jury's presence if it's during the examination, or it could be right before Detective Furman testifies at all. But at the latest possible opportunity, if the court is concerned in that regard, certainly to approach before actually asking the question.
But under the normal discovery, isn't it required that the defense provide you at the time of cross-examination with any reports or statements that they intend on cross-examining on? Isn't that required under the laws of discovery?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the court...
Aren't you then put on notice as to what it is the defense is going to cross-examine on?
Your Honor, my understanding of the law is that one has to have a good faith belief that facts exist prior to cross-examining someone about it. That can be done without actually having a report in hand. So I don't feel at all confident that we will receive reports that reflect everything that the defense intends to cross-examine about. In addition, it's our position, having studied the little law available in this particular area under Prop 115, that impeaching statements of the witness per se are not necessarily discoverable. There seems to be, if you look at Izazaga in combination with the code itself, there seems to be a distinction between impeaching statements of a witness himself or herself and rebuttal witnesses that would be called to impeach. In addition, Your Honor, the court is apparently treating this as a discovery issue, and I don't think it can be treated as such. That may be one aspect to it, but our concern is really under 352 of the Evidence Code, and that's what we're trying to address with this motion, and that's what we want the court to, how we want the court to address it in any subsequent rulings, and if the court is inclined to do as we are asking of it. May I continue for a moment?
Please.
Your Honor, I do want to point out an additional case. I did cite a lot of law, of course, in our brief having to do with collateral impeachment. And among other things, this is an area of collateral impeachment. This does not directly impeach the officer's observations or testimony. It's only by way of a circuitous route in terms of credibility. And the court does have broad discretion and wide latitude in curtailing this type of cross-examination without any violation to the defendant's confrontation rights. One of the additional cases that I provided the court with was a Schilling case toward the end of our brief, and that was a second district case which made reference to the Anthony P. case, indicating that while there is a certain latitude in cross-examination of a witness, the constitutional right to confront and cross-examine adverse witnesses does not include the right to ask wholly speculative questions ungrounded in factual predicate, even when posed in the quest to discredit a witness. That's what the Schilling court held, and it prevented, in that case, the defense from pursuing a line of questioning having to do with the motive of a witness to have committed the crime itself. The allegation from the defense there was that the witness actually committed the killing or killed the victim, who happened to be the witness's girlfriend, and not the defendant. So the defense thought they should be able to pursue a line of questioning talking about that motive. The trial court said no, it was sheer speculation because there was no evidence of that, so they should not be allowed to pursue that line of questioning. And the Court of Appeal heartily agreed. And here, Your Honor, we still have the situation, and it's not just the way the people have framed it, but it is in reality the situation that there is no evidence that Detective Furman moved any evidence or planted any evidence, planted the glove at Rockingham. The defense still has not presented any evidence in that regard. And while the court has looked at this after that as more of a credibility issue, that is still an important consideration under 352 in assessing the probative value of allowing cross-examination on the area of race, because its probative value is further diminished and weakened by the fact that there is no evidence supporting the defense's underlying theory. I just want to reiterate again, Your Honor, the unique and unusual circumstances of this case. I'm not aware of any situation where we've had these types of allegations against a police officer who has recovered important evidence in a double murder that's being reported on worldwide by the press. It's simply a unique set of circumstances. Under these circumstances in particular, it's clear to me that there would be no violation of the defendant's right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses were the court to allow an opportunity, even at sidebar during testimony at the very latest, but even an opportunity sooner than that in a 402 to determine what the court feels is appropriate, so that we don't make frankly a circus out of this trial by way of the testimony of Detective Furman, and so that this trial can focus on what it should be focused on, and that is the ascertainment of truth.
All right. Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Mr. Bailey?
Please the court, I think this is a revisitation of the rather clear ruling you made when you said the Anthony P. case is controlling as mandated by Alaska v. Davis. If the issue is bias, the cross-examination license is broad. And this is not a unique case, nor is this detective the first one that may be in a position to be accused of that. However, and to cut to the quick of this matter, short of giving the prosecution an opportunity to interrupt the cross-examination or preview what it can then warn its witness about. And he won't be surprised as long as the information used is truthful, because he will have been privy to it. Whether counsel knows about it or not is another question. I propose the following. It is, I think, endemic to the conduct of a lawsuit that not only is the judge interested when the world is watching, or when only a few people are watching, in seeing that justice is carried out at the highest level attainable, but also responsible counsel have an obligation not only to the profession and the court, but to the public at large, not to recklessly ask questions or unfairly paint or taint a witness with undeserved accusations. To assist the court in the handling of this delicate matter within the context of this case, I concede that it is. I propose that the defense provide to you in camera, under seal, not to be given to either the press or the prosecution, but to assist you in making rulings from time to time as they may be necessary in cross-examination. Number one, the areas of intended inquiry, and number two, the supporting evidence, which is either under subpoena or reasonably expected to be produced in the course of the defense case in the event there is a denial. If there is not a denial, then the need for contradictory evidence evaporates. If there is a denial, I was taught 40 years ago that you don't ask a question unless you have the evidence to back it up in case you get a denial from the witness, and I think that's the rule. And ordinarily, that would be sufficient. The remedy would be, if counsel overstepped that line, whoever does this cross-examination, to discipline the lawyer. However, you can't unring the bell. And in order to speed up and permit a reasonable pace of cross-examination, it seems to me one could hardly be more fair than to give the court a helpful preview and have it stop right there. Whether the prosecution later gets its hands on the document, I think would be a showing of manifest necessity, perhaps. But we will be prepared to call the witnesses who will testify to those things which form the basis of the questions. And I think under Alaska v. Davis and its progeny, we can be asked no more.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Ms. Lewis?
Your Honor, the evidence is still subject to a 352 evaluation by the court, and the people should have the opportunity to be heard under 352. That's our great concern here, is the undue prejudice that's likely to arise from planting, given the scant, if any, probative value, from planting the ideas in the jurors' minds when they ask the questioning. I think the people have a right to be present and to be heard to the court, and without having the court unilaterally assess based on defense representations. And I do, though a moment ago I reiterated this is not a discovery hearing, I do want to reinforce what the court mentioned a moment ago, and that is that since Detective Furman is on our witness list and is obviously going to be called as a witness, if there are indeed rebuttal statements from other witnesses whom the defense intends to cross-examine about, we do have the right to those statements. It's only statements made by the detective himself that are directly impeaching in that sense that we may not have the right to. But this is not a situation where the defense has interviewed Detective Furman, come up with impeaching statements, and can hold on to that information. This is a situation, apparently, by what Mr. Bailey has said, where they have gleaned additional witnesses, additional evidence, perhaps. I can't tell from what he said, frankly. But it's certainly a situation where, under the circumstances of this case, the people should be allowed to be heard. Your Honor, I do want to repeat again that this is a very volatile subject. This whole trial has been a very volatile, so to speak, in the sense of being so world-watched. Everything that goes on in this trial is scrutinized. This is a situation where we should not allow the defense to make racial accusations against a white police officer in front of a predominantly black jury without having an opportunity to be heard because they have not come forth with any evidence that this police officer did anything wrong in this case.
All right. Mr. Bailey, do you want to address briefly the discovery issue?
A statement was given by one witness that's been turned over. Another witness appeared on a television show, and we have nothing more and no personal contact with the witness, only through counsel. There's nothing to turn over there. There are no other statements that I know of. What I suggested to you was a proffer from counsel as officers of the court as to what could be provided in the way of testimony if there is a denial. Very frankly, in some cases, there's not going to be a denial, in my view. There are too many supporting records.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I should have made mention of the fact that the defense has already indeed disclosed the statement of one witness, so it would not. It could certainly be that could be handled in a 402. They've already abandoned some element of surprise, so the court could certainly rule on that witness's statement prior to cross-examination, after an opportunity to be heard specifically with regard to it.
All right. The court will accept the filing under seal ex parte from the defense regarding its proffer regarding cross-examination of Detective Furman. I'm going to ask counsel to advise the court when we are about to get to those issues in cross-examination so that I'm alerted to that, and if necessary, we'll have a sidebar discussion with all counsel to discuss what's about to transpire. That'll be the order. Thank you, counsel.
Your Honor, just so I'm clear, the court will be reviewing the material in advance so that you will have had a chance to digest it, and then we'll...
Then I'm asking Mr. Bailey to advise, to alert the court that we're about to get into those issues.
Thank you. So that we'll have an opportunity at
We'll have an
sidebar to
opportunity to
address.
discuss it, yes.
Thank you very much.
As it occurs, it may not occur, depending on how the case transpires. All right, let's move on to the 1335 matter. Mr. Jones, do you want to join us, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mrs. Lopez is present, available as a witness.
All right.
We do ask the assistance of an interpreter, please.
All right, I have Ms. Doris Whites present, who is a certified Spanish interpreter. I understand that your client is from the country of El Salvador, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let me have Ms. White speak with her briefly, as there are, as you know, 60 major dialects within the Spanish language, and I'd like her to become acquainted with.
And then,
All right. Fine, I'm ready to proceed then. All right.
Before we do, I believe the court has a copy of a KMEX television interview.
That was provided to the court, yes.
And was that transcribed?
No, not to my knowledge.
We never received that, Your Honor.
All right, I understand that we have the reporter here today, however. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I think the proponent of the 1335 should speak first in support of the motion.
First of all, Your Honor, we have never received the
And Mr.
interview.
Jones, if you want to have a seat, feel free. Thank you.
We've never received any such interview, and we'd like an opportunity to see that. If it's in the nature of what counsel wants to make the nature of impeachment, I don't know what it's for. As I understood it, it was not an interview of Ms. Rosa Lopez. It may be an interview of the reporter who allegedly talked to Ms. Lopez. I have not seen it, so I'd like an opportunity to do that. I think we'd be entitled to do that. Secondly, Ms. Lopez is present, and we would like to proceed. I would like to indicate to the court that, as I mentioned to the court just briefly yesterday afternoon, because of the media harassment and the problems visited upon Ms. Lopez, she no longer lives even in Southern California. She did not arrive back into Southern California until after 1:30 this morning. We arranged to pick her up and to bring her here today. It's my understanding that she will be, after concluding testimony today, if she's so allowed, she'll be returning to the other state and will pick up her belongings and will be leaving for El Salvador tomorrow, as we've so indicated to the court. This has been brought about because the great amount of harassment she suffered since this happened, it's caused a great problem with her family. I think Mr. Bailey indicated to the court before that she's had one son who died in El Salvador. She's had her family's had a history of problems with their heart, and they're all under great stress and pressure, and they're all quite frightened by this whole procedure. Her daughter has basically stopped talking with her and the grandchildren by virtue of her willingness to come back and do this. She came back on her own last night, but as I indicated, wants to leave immediately thereafter. So this is certainly a situation where, in the interests of Mr. Simpson's fair trial, to be able to proceed to preserve this lady's testimony. She will, in all likelihood, be in El Salvador after tomorrow, as we've indicated to the court. She no longer lives in Southern California. There's been great harassment in the court. If you've seen television, have seen the number of reporters and others camped out in front of her house, all of which things are on video. And we're ready to proceed. I would ask only that I be allowed to see the video that counsel was referring to, and I'd ask also that any potential witnesses, other witnesses, should be out of the courtroom because we have that standing order.
All right, but I think we have a preliminary fact to determine at this point, don't we?
Yes, yes. I've given you some idea about it, but yes, we do. That's what I was addressing, Your Honor.
Let me hear from Mr. Darden. People's position.
Your Honor, all along, we've been concerned that the defense was seeking to elicit this witness's testimony outside the presence of the jury so that they could test it and evaluate it and assess its value and then perhaps present it to the jury at a later time, knowing all the while that when the defense prepares to put on its case that Ms. Lopez will actually be available and here in the country. I don't think that the declaration that has been filed so far is sufficient to cause the court to hold a 1335 hearing, and we have Ms. Lopez here, and so perhaps we should direct some of these questions to her. But I will note this and point this out to the court, if I may. The declaration signed by Ms. Lopez, dated February 17 and filed in the last attempt to obtain an order pursuant to 1335, is signed by Ms. Lopez, and in that declaration she indicates that she fears for her personal safety and the safety of her family, and she indicates as well that she has decided to return to El Salvador on Saturday, February 25, 1995. Now, this declaration was obviously prepared for Ms. Lopez in the presence of the defense attorneys, one or more of the defense attorneys seated here in court, I would imagine. And what's odd about this declaration is that just a few hours before the declaration was signed, Ms. Lopez spoke with a reporter from KMEX for 2 hours, for approximately 2 hours. And during that 2-hour conversation, she told that reporter that she didn't want to leave the area, that she had no desire to return to El Salvador, that she intended to remain here. And in fact, Ms. Lopez was filling out unemployment forms during that conversation, just a few hours before, Your Honor. And Ms. Lopez also told that reporter that she did not trust her attorney, whoever that attorney might be, and I'm not pointing fingers, because I don't know. But she also told that reporter that whenever she would ask the lawyer something or a question, she would get an answer like, quote, "You can go back to El Salvador." And so I am concerned, Your Honor, and I think rightfully so, that there was an attempt here to take advantage of the court and the prosecution, and that perhaps the defense is using 1335 as some type of subterfuge to elicit testimony outside the presence of the jury so that they can evaluate it and test it. I think the court should be skeptical of the defense position on this issue, and I think we should take the matter up with Ms. Lopez.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond, Your Honor. As I indicated, I've not been privy to the statement from the reporter from Channel 34, but I know that there were a number of distressing phone calls from Ms. Rosa Lopez, who could not go outside of our daughter's house, and apparently this reporter came inside and talked to her. I have had the opportunity since early this morning to talk to Ms. Lopez about that. She has fear of her personal safety. She will indicate that to you. She has fear of her family. Her family has been made dysfunctional by all this. She has lost her job. He's right. She probably was trying to get unemployment. She's lost her job with the sound just by virtue of all the harassments that's come her way.
All right, well, Mr. Cochran, forgive me for interrupting you, but I think at this point, we probably ought to hear from Ms. Lopez. The only logistical concern that I have is that it appears that Mr. Darden is going to cross-examine her on the basis of any statements made to the KMEX reporter. Unfortunately, my recollection of my discussions with Mr. Darden earlier this week is that this 2-hour interview is tape recorded in Spanish, which makes viewing of it and understanding what is being said a little difficult. Is that correct, Mr. Darden?
It is not an interview. Ms. Lopez does not appear on camera. The reporter interviewed her for 2 hours, then the reporter came on camera and recited what Ms. Lopez said. The reporter's right here in court, counsel.
All right, was she, wait a minute.
That's impeachment.
Could be impeachment. Mr. Darden, are the statements by the reporter on this tape in English or Spanish?
Spanish.
Okay.
I do have a rough transcript of that English, transcript in English, that portion of
How
the
long is the transcript?
page.
All right, would you make that available to Mr. Cochran? And Mr. Cochran, have you had the opportunity, what is the name of the reporter from KMEX 34?
She's the reporter. It's,
¿Cómo se llama usted?
could you say your name, please?
Rosalia Villalpando.
All right.
ILLALPANCO.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cochran, what I would suggest we do then is take a brief moment, allow you to review the notes that Mr. Darden has regarding the interview, allow you to interview Ms. Villapando here, so you're at least aware of the parameters of the cross-examination that will take place.
Sure, I appreciate that, Your Honor. Is there an interpreter that will assist me with that? I could use my Spanish, but it may take longer than you have. So will the interpreter help
No,
me
I
with
think
that?
Ms. Villapando speaks excellent English.
Okay, very good. All right, great. All right, that's fine. I'll read this and we have a brief recess. Do that?
All right, we'll take a brief recess. Let me know when you're available. Also, Ms. White's remain in the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Comments on KMEX?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. I viewed the videotape in Spanish. I had the excellent assistance of the interpreter. The spoke as rapidly as they did and shared what they were saying on the videotape. And I've also provided now with a one-page statement from, I guess, Ms. Rosamaria Villapando, which I've also read and discussed with Ms. Lopez. We're ready to proceed and would ask leave of court to proceed with this point.
All right, call your first witness.
Okay, thank you. My first and only witness today, I hope, Your Honor, will be Ms. Rosa Lopez.
All right, Ms. Lopez, come forward.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court to be the truth, so help truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? See. Yes. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state spell your first and last name for the record.
R-O-S-A
R-O-S-A
M-A-R-I-A
M-A-R-I-A
L-O-P-E-E-Z
L-O-P-E-Z
Lopez.
Lopez.
Eh,
Best.
All right, record you reflect the presence of Doris Whites, who is our certified Spanish interpreter, whose oath is on file. Mr. Cochran,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
you may.
Thank you. Maybe we should move the microphone up, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Yes. That should do it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cochran.
Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Good morning.
Ms. Lopez, what is your occupation?
Oficios domésticos, housekeeper.
A housekeeper, domestic work.
And are you presently employed?
¿Usted ahorita tiene trabajo?
No,
No.
And how long ago did
¿Y hace
you
cuánto que
leave your last job?
dejó su último empleo?
el 10 de febrero lo dejé.
I left it on February 7th.
10.
Sorry, 10th.
All right. And how long had you worked at that
¿Y
job,
cuánto
ma'am?
llevaba trabajando en ese empleo?
3 años.
3 years.
And what is the name of the
¿Y cómo
family
se
that you
llama la
worked
familia con la que
for?
trabajaba?
Salinger.
Salinger.
And do you know the address
¿Y
where
sabe
the
usted la
Salingers
dirección
live?
donde viven los Salingers?
3.
And did you live in or live at that location on occasion during the past 3 years while you worked for the Salingers?
En los últimos 3 años cuando trabajaba para los Salinger.
Viví 5 días a la semana.
I lived for 5 days a week.
In the Salingers home?
¿En la casa de los Salinger?
Sí.
Yes.
All right.
Está bien.
Now,
Ahora,
over the course of the last 3 years, did you become acquainted with a gentleman by the name of Mr. OJ Simpson?
OJ Simpson, espérese,
Isn't the issue here
espérese.
whether or not a whole of 1335?
That's correct. We're at the preliminary stage at this point.
Certainly heard. I'll withdraw that last question.
Objection sustained.
Thank you. Now,
For the record, this has not been part of the actual
well, this is preliminary.
testimony.
This is preliminary to see whether or not we're going to have a 1335.
Thank you.
Thank
This is
you.
the evidentiary hearing.
Thank you.
That's authorized under (1336). Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
do you presently reside in the state of
¿vive
California?
en el estado de California?
Sí.
Yes.
And for the last couple of days, where have you,
¿Dónde está?
strike that. For the last several days, have you lived outside the state of California?
¿Fuera del estado de California?
Sí.
Yes.
And without telling us what state
Sin decirnos en qué
you reside in,
está usted viviendo.
did you return to California early this morning at some time?
A la 1:30 de la mañana.
At 1:30 in the morning.
You flew to Los Angeles International Airport?
¿Al aeropuerto internacional?
Sí.
Yes.
And why were you living in another state over the course of the last several days?
En los últimos días.
Porque los reporteros no me dejan y ya no los quiero mirar tanto, ya me tienen hostigada.
Because the reporters won't leave me alone. I'm tired of looking at them. They have been harassing me.
Now, since the time that you were mentioned as a potential witness in this case, has there been a change in your life?
¿Un cambio en la vida de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And would you tell the court how your life has changed since that
¿En qué forma ha
time?
cambiado su vida desde ese entonces?
Porque ya no puedo salir ni a ir a la lavandería ni a ninguna parte porque donde quiera me están señalando.
Because I can't go out, not even to go to the laundry or anywhere, because wherever I go, people are pointing at me.
Did this cause some problems with your
¿Esto le causó
employer?
¿Problemas con su patrón?
Sí.
Yes.
Has it caused any problems with your particular family?
¿Con algún miembro de su familia?
Con todos.
With everybody.
All right, specifically with regard to your daughter, can you indicate to the court what, if any, problems you suffered by virtue of your being a witness in this case?
Pude ser testigo en este caso.
Me tuve que ir de la casa de donde ella.
I had to leave her house.
And why did you have to leave
¿Y
her
por qué
house?
se tuvo que ir de la casa de ella?
Porque ella me dijo que si venía a testiguar que no me quería en la casa.
Because she told me that if I came to testify that she didn't want me in her home.
And that made you sad?
¿Y eso la entristeció?
Sí, mucho.
Very much.
And does your daughter have some children
¿Y su
also
hija
who are your
también tiene
grandchildren?
hijas o nietas?
Tengo dos nietas que las adoro.
I have 2 granddaughters who I adore.
Your Honor, may we get some
Su señoría, por
Kleenex?
favor, unos Kleenex. Tome usted.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Just take a moment, Ms. Lopez.
Tome su momento, señora López.
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Were you living at your daughter's
¿En la
home
casa de su hija
prior to your leaving to go to another state?
de que se fuera usted a otro estado?
Sí.
Yes.
And because of your willingness to testify, you had to leave that location?
Porque iba usted a declarar, tuvo que irse de ese lugar?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, what is your native country?
Ahora, ¿de qué país es usted originario?
De El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Do you have a home in El Salvador?
¿Tiene casa en El Salvador?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any present plans to return to El Salvador?
Actualmente para regresar a El Salvador?
Yo me quiero ir mañana mismo.
I would like to go tomorrow.
Back to El Salvador?
¿De regreso
Sí.
a El Salvador? Yes.
And why do you want to go to El
Porque se quiere
Salvador?
ir a El Salvador.
Porque tengo negocios allá con mi casa, tengo que arreglar mi casa que me dejó mi hijo
Because I have a business there with my house, I have to take care of the house that my son left me.
y tengo mi hijo enterrado en una tumba ajena y lo quiero sacar para su tumba que le he comprado.
And I have my son buried in somebody else's burial place, and I want to put him into the burial place that I have bought for him.
And do you plan to leave for El Salvador tomorrow?
¿Irse para El Salvador mañana?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, do you plan to come back to Los Angeles?
No, no por
No.
largo tiempo.
Not for a long time.
And why is that?
¿Por qué es eso?
Porque no, ya no quiero que me reconozca la gente en ninguna parte.
Because I don't want to be recognized by people anywhere.
And with regard to your desire to go to El Salvador,
Deseo de ir a El Salvador.
is that your particular wish?
¿Ese es el deseo de usted en particular?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family members in El Salvador also?
¿Familia también en El Salvador?
Sí, tengo mi hermana y ella padece mucho de la presión y está mala del corazón y ahorita con todas estas noticias allá.
Yes, I have a sister, and she's sick. She suffers from her blood pressure and tension, and with this news there, she's not well.
All right, is that one of the reasons also you returned to El Salvador?
También por las cuales quiere
Sí,
regresar
por
para
todo, sí.
Yes, because of all that, yes.
Has your family had a history of heart problems?
¿De problemas cardíacos?
Sí, porque mi madre murió del corazón también.
Yes, my mother also died from her heart.
So as I understand it,
Según entiendo,
if you are permitted to testify by Judge Ito today,
Ito le permite testificar el día de hoy.
after court, do you plan to return where you were last night?
¿Planea regresar a donde estaba
Well,
anoche? Sí.
Sustain. Great question.
Let me rephrase the question. If Judge Ito allows you to testify today, will you catch a plane after court this afternoon?
Después de la corte esta tarde.
Still leaving.
Espere,
Sustain.
no conteste.
What will you do after court?
¿Qué haría usted después de la corte?
Thanks, Sherry.
Me voy de regreso.
I will go back.
All right, and
Está bien.
then tomorrow, what do you
Luego
plan to do?
mañana. And then tomorrow, counsel.
And then tomorrow, where will you go tomorrow?
Mañana, ¿a dónde va a ir?
Me voy a El Salvador.
I will go to El Salvador.
How will you fly to El Salvador?
¿Va a volar a El Salvador?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you purchased your ticket yet?
¿Usted ya compró?
No lo tengo reservado nomás.
No, I only have a reservation.
And how much is the fare, if you know, from Los Angeles to El Salvador?
El Salvador
Is it one way?
es
Only one way.
only one way.
All right.
Ms. Lopez, if you would,
Señora
since we're
López,
using
por favor.
the Spanish
Estamos
interpreter,
usando el español.
if you would just
Entonces,
listen
por favor,
carefully to the question as posed to you by the interpreter and answer in Spanish, which I understand you're more comfortable in, if you would, please. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Cochran.
All right. You indicate you're going to purchase a one-way ticket?
¿Un boleto de ida?
Sí.
Yes.
Madam Secretary.
Un momentito, por favor.
The funds to purchase this
¿El
ticket
dinero para
to go to El
comprar este
Salvador?
boleto para ir a El Salvador?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
With regard to your clothes and your belongings, are they packed at some location already?
Las tengo pagadas desde hace un mes.
They've been packed for a month already.
Do you plan to go to El Salvador for quite a while?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And for the same reasons you told Judge Ito earlier?
¿Qué le dijo anteriormente al juecito?
Sí.
Yes.
Very well, Your Honor, I have nothing further at this particular point. If the court wants me to query further on this point, I will do it.
At this point, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden?
May I have one motion?
Certainly.
Sir.
Ms. Lopez, you just indicated that you've had your bags packed for a month. Is that
¿Usted
correct?
tiene sus maletas empacadas desde hace un mes, correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You've been planning to go to El Salvador for a month?
Salvador desde hace un mes?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't purchased a ticket yet, correct?
¿No compró su boleto todavía,
No.
correcto? No.
Okay, you don't have a ticket.
No tiene boleto.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you just made the reservation, didn't you?
Sí,
Yes.
You made that today,
¿La hizo hoy?
sí,
Yes.
prior to coming to court this morning?
sí.
Yes.
Okay. And were you told to make a reservation?
¿Hicieron una reservación?
¿Qué?
What's that?
Did someone tell you to make a
¿Alguien le dijo
reservation?
que hizo una reservación?
No, señor, yo lo he decidido.
No, sir. I decided to do it.
Okay. You decided to do it today, though?
¿Ya hacerlo el día de hoy?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you decided to do it today so that you could tell the judge that you were going to leave tomorrow. Is that correct?
Espérese.
Rephrase the question, please.
This is cross-examination.
I understand.
Did you purchase a ticket today so that you could tell the judge that you were planning to leave tomorrow?
¿Mañana?
No,
No.
Okay. You purchased a ticket because you've been planning all along to go back to El Salvador. Is that right?
Well, rephrase the question.
Okay. You reserved a plane ticket so that you could go back to El Salvador.
Para regresar a El Salvador.
sí.
Yes.
Have you been wanting to return to El Salvador, to the place where your son is buried?
¿Dónde está enterrado su hijo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you've been wanting to do that for several months. Is that correct?
Varios meses que quería hacer eso, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You have been trying to avoid the press the past month as well. Is that correct?
La prensa en los últimos meses, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And that's another that's another reason that you wanted to go to El Salvador, correct?
El Salvador, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And because of family medical problems.
Problemas médicos familiares.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been wanting to go back to El Salvador for all these reasons
Por estas
for months, correct?
hace meses, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Years even. For years. Is that
Durante
right?
años, ¿es así?
No.
No.
Durante años.
Not during years.
Well, you signed a declaration on February.
Usted firmó una declaración.
Ms. Lopez, you signed a declaration on February 17,
Firmó una
correct?
declaración el 17 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Did you read that
¿La leyó
declaration
usted
before you
esa
signed it?
declaración antes de firmarla?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. You read English, don't
¿Lee
you?
inglés, no?
No.
No.
Well, let me show you a declaration.
I don't have a clean copy.
No tengo una copia en libro.
Well, unfortunately, my photocopy machine has died. I have the copy that's attached to the duplicate motion that's filed. Do you want to use that if it's not marked up?
Mr.
Mr. Darden?
May we mark people one for the purposes of this image?
I have one that's not marked. Mrs. Robertson, can I have the original from the court file? Hold on just a second, so we're working on the same document here. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Ms. Lopez, showing you a
Señora López, le estoy mostrando un documento de 2 páginas
entitled
que
Declaration
se llama
of Rosa
Declaración de
Lopez.
Rosa López.
Is that your signature?
¿Esa es su firma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in what name did you
¿Y
sign
bajo
this
qué nombre firmó
declaration?
usted esta declaración?
¿Qué dice?
What's that?
What is the name written
¿Cuál
there?
es
Can
el
you read
nombre que
it?
escribe ahí, López?
Rosa María López.
Rosa María López.
You read that document?
Usted leyó ese documento antes de firmarlo, ¿correcto?
Me lo leyó la muchacha.
The girl read it to me, the secretary.
And you also watched a television program from KMEX, is that correct? A newscast?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you heard what the reporter said during that newscast, didn't you?
Sí.
Yes.
And you spoke to her on February 17, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen that same reporter here in court today, correct?
El día de hoy aquí en la corte, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
And that would be Rosa Maria Villapando?
Rosa María Villalpando.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you spoke to her for 2 hours, didn't you?
No 2 horas.
Not 2 hours.
How long did you speak to her?
Tal vez 25 minutos o 30.
Maybe 25 minutes or 30.
Okay, but during that 25 or 30-minute period, you told her that you did not want to go back to El Salvador, didn't you?
Nunca le he dicho que no quiero regresar.
I never told her I didn't want to go back.
Excuse me, Mr. Bjorn, I'm sorry. Mr. Carrigan, I think Ms. Villapando is still here in the courtroom. Yeah, Ms. Villapando, would you step out of the courtroom, please? Thank you. Mr. Darden, proceed.
Okay, you told her that you were,
Usted le dijo
that you wanted to stay in the United States, didn't you?
Estados Unidos, ¿no es así?
Quería ir y regresarme de
Please
regreso.
answer yes or
That I
no.
wanted to go and come back.
Correct.
Haven't been
Answer will
explained.
stay. You can explore it further, Mr. Darden. It's cross-examination.
Okay, didn't you tell her that you didn't want to go back to El Salvador?
¿No quería regresar a El Salvador?
Porque no sé, mi papi lo quiero mucho.
Why not? That's my country. I love it very much.
Okay, well, are you a U.S. citizen?
¿Usted es ciudadana americana?
No soy residente legal.
No, I'm a legal resident.
Okay, and you've been here 27 years, correct?
¿Es correcto?
Vine el 69, haga la cuenta.
I came in 69. You figure it out.
Okay. Why don't you tell me, how long have you been here?
Póngale 34 años.
Let's say 34 years.
Okay. When was the last time you were in El Salvador?
En diciembre.
In December.
And when was the time before that?
¿Cuándo?
No, no he ido más.
No, I haven't been in anymore.
Just one time in 27 years?
No, no, voy todos los años, señor.
No, sir. I go every year.
Sometimes twice a year.
Okay.
Sometimes twice a
And
year.
you've never stayed?
The record reflects you stated that in English.
I know.
Sorry, sorry.
All right, proceed.
Okay. You said you go there once or twice a year?
¿Uno o 2 veces al año?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've never stayed, is that correct?
Me quedé 8 meses una vez.
One time I stayed for 8 months.
Okay, but you always come back, don't you?
Siempre regresa, ¿no es así?
Siempre regreso.
I always come back. Yes.
Now, you also told Ms. Villapando that you were willing to testify, didn't you?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. You told her that you would come to court and tell the truth, didn't you?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the court sends you a plane ticket in El Salvador, you'll come back and testify, won't you?
No.
Overruled. Overruled.
Okay.
Conteste.
You can answer the question.
No pienso regresar muy pronto, señor.
I don't think of coming back very soon, sir.
You told Rosa Maria Villapando that your testimony had to be recorded. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Did someone tell you that you could have your testimony recorded?
No.
No.
Well, how did you find out that you could have it recorded?
Yo dije que yo no quería venir a corte porque no quería estar entre tantas cámaras y que yo quería grabar el...
I said that I didn't want to come to court because I didn't want to be among so many cameras, that I wanted to record it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. By the way, your plane ticket, under what name is it booked under?
Rosa María López.
Rosa Maria Lopez.
What is the name of the airline?
En TACA.
It's TACA.
Okay, could you repeat that? And spell it, please?
TACA. TACA
¿Lo puedes
International.
deletrear?
TACK.
TACK.
Okay,
TACA International.
Okay, and that one-way ticket is going to cost you how much money?
Sencillo. ¿Cuánto dinero le va a costar?
377.
377.
Okay. Now, you had no plans to go back to El Salvador on February 17, correct?
No.
Okay. And so your desire or your decision to go back is something that has occurred in the last couple of days, is that right?
En los últimos.
Overruled.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, you just said that you had no plans to go back on February 17, right?
No.
That's not what she said. That's argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
No quiero regresar.
I don't want to come back soon.
Okay. On February 17, you said that you did not want to go to El Salvador, correct?
She said. That's not what the cross-examination was, Your Honor. That's wrong.
Overruled.
No le dije que no quería ir al Salvador Alegre.
I didn't tell her that I didn't want to go to El Salvador.
But you had no plans to leave when you talked to Rosa Maria, is that correct?
Ya tengo mis maletas listas y sí se las enseñé a ella.
My bags are ready, and I showed them to her.
Answer the question, please.
Responda la pregunta, por favor.
Okay. You had no plans to
No
leave
tenía planes para irse.
on February
El
17.
17 de febrero.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you changed your mind
Pero
after you
cambió de
spoke
opinión después de hablar.
to Mr. McKenna, is that right?
Señor McKenna, ¿correcto?
No le entiendo.
I didn't understand.
Overruled.
I don't understand that question.
Overruled. He said, I don't understand. Next question.
Okay. Well, after you told Rosa Maria you didn't want to go to El Salvador, you spoke to a Mr. McKenna, is that
Señor
right?
McKenna, ¿no es así?
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. McKenna is one of Mr. Shapiro's investigators?
¿Los investigadores del señor Shapiro?
Sí.
Yes.
And is he in the courtroom now?
¿Está en el tribunal en este momento?
No sé.
May he be excused,
I
Your
don't know if
Honor?
he's here.
No sé.
To have Mr. McKenna step
There
out
he
of the
is.
courtroom.
Okay. Mr. McKenna and someone else came to the house you were staying in, correct?
A la casa donde usted se estaba quedando, ¿correcto?
Sí.
And
Yes.
what is that person's name?
¿Y cómo se llama esa persona?
Irma.
Irma.
Okay. And who is Irma?
¿Quién es Irma?
Okay. What is Irma's last name?
¿Cómo se apellida Irma?
Ah, yo no sé cómo se apellida.
I don't know her last name.
Okay. Does she work for you?
¿Ella trabaja para usted?
No.
No.
Is she a relative or friend?
¿Pariente o amiga de usted?
No, trabaja para ellos.
No, she works for them.
And who is them?
¿Quiénes son ellos?
Los abogados.
The lawyers.
The lawyers on that side of the
¿Los abogados de
table?
aquel lado de la mesa?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Well, after you spoke to Rosa Maria
Después de hablar con
Villapando,
Rosa María Villapando.
Villapando was one.
I'm sorry.
Was it? Rosa? All right. Proceed.
after you spoke to Rosa Maria Villapando, Mr. McKenna and Irma came to pick you up, is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, how is it that Mr. McKenna and Irma found you, if you know?
La encontraron, si es que usted sabe.
Yo le llamé.
I called them.
Okay. And you asked them to come and get
¿Y
you?
les pidió que vinieran por usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and they took you to their
¿Y la
office
llevaron a su oficina de ellos?
Sí.
Yes.
and they interviewed
¿Y
you?
la entrevistaron?
Sí.
Yes.
And that is when you signed this declaration in front of you, is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And that was the first time you ever told anyone that you wanted to go back to El Salvador within a week, is that correct?
Dentro de un periodo de una semana, ¿correcto?
Overruled.
Conteste.
No.
No.
No. You hadn't told this to Mr. McKenna before, had you?
Ask him.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Ya les había dicho a mi abogado que yo me quería ir a El Salvador muchas veces.
I had already told my lawyer that I wanted to go back to El Salvador many times.
Okay, and who is your lawyer?
¿Quién es su abogado?
Caro John.
Carl Jones.
And how did Mr. Jones become your lawyer?
¿Cómo es que el señor Jones se convirtió en su abogado?
Yo le dije
I told
a Mr. Janet que yo necesitaba que me
Mr.
recomendara
Johnny.
con un abogado.
that I needed him to recommend a lawyer for me,
Okay,
For myself.
for myself.
okay. And he got Mr. Jones for
¿Quién
you?
le consiguió al señor Jones?
Él me lo recomendó.
He recommended him to me.
Okay, have you been paying Mr.
¿Le ha
Jones?
estado usted pagando al señor Jones?
Nosotros, yo he arreglado con él.
I have made a settlement with him that I will pay him.
Okay. Now, you're not working now, is that
¿Usted
correct?
ahorita no está trabajando, correcto? No.
Okay. And you're leaving the country?
¿Y se va a ir del país?
Sí.
Yes.
And you're going to pay Mr. Jones
¿Y le va
before
a
you
pagar
leave?
al señor Jones antes de irse? Espérese.
Is he a collecting agency?
Overruled. Overruled.
Sir, that's also a true claim. You are not her attorney, Mr.
Overruled.
Well, I'm objecting, Mr. Jones, but I'll sit down.
Overruled.
Conteste.
You're going to pay Mr. Jones
¿Le va a
before you
pagar
leave
al
the
señor
country?
Jones antes de irse del país?
Hasta que termine el caso.
When the case is over.
Is that the arrangement you have, that you'll pay when the case is over?
Cuando se termine el caso?
Yes,
sir.
Any questions along these lines? That's attorney-client. You have a right to ask that.
Overruled.
Is that the arrangement you have?
¿Este es el arreglo que tienen?
Sí.
Yes.
Counsel, you don't have the court's permission to be on the phone right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that to you.
If I can hear it, it's too loud. Mr. Dyer.
If I can have one moment, Your Honor.
Sir.
Ms. Wilson,
harassment that you have suffered, it has only been harassment by the press, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the DA's office and the LAPD have not harassed you, is that correct?
No.
No.
Now, you indicated that your daughter told you to leave her house if you came here to testify, is that correct?
Porque no le gusta ver tanta gente y tantas cámaras encima de la casa.
Because she doesn't like to see so many people and so many cameras on top of the house.
Did you discuss with your daughter the information you say you have regarding the night of the murders?
Por la noche de los asesinatos, espérese.
Overruled.
No.
No.
You've never told her?
¿Nunca
No.
le dijo a ella? No.
The interview on KMEX that you saw here on television today, have you seen that same news footage before?
¿Ese mismo reportaje noticioso antes?
No entiendo qué quiere decir.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay. Well, you watched Ms. Villapando on the news
En las noticias.
a few moments ago, correct?
Correcto.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen that footage before?
¿Ya viste este programa antes?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, we just called the airline. They don't show a reservation for you. Can you explain to the court why it is that you just told us you have a reservation?
Porque yo lo voy a reservar, señor, y inmediatamente que salga de aquí yo compro mi ticket y me voy.
Because I am going to reserve it, sir. As soon as I leave here,
Si quieren que
I
me
will
sigan-
buy my ticket and I will leave.
Si quieren que
If
me
you
sigan
want
las
to,
cámaras.
the cameras can follow me.
So you have not made a reservation.
Todavía no hace la reservación.
Pero la voy a hacer nomás salir de aquí porque necesito tiempo para salir. No voy a hablar a las 10, a la 1 de la mañana, que están cerradas las aerolíneas.
But I will make it as soon as I leave here.
Okay, you have not made a
I can't
reservation.
call at 1 in the morning
Okay.
because the airlines are closed at that time.
You just-
I have to wait.
You just told us that you already made a
Acabo de decir que ya
reservation.
había hecho una reservación.
Pero voy a hacer la reservación, señor, y me voy, señor.
But I will make the
Seguro.
reservation, sir, and I will leave. That is for sure.
Okay, and so when you
today.
told us that you already
Así es que
made a
cuando usted nos
reservation, you
dice
were
que ya
lying.
hizo la reservación, ¿estaba usted mintiendo?
No,
No,
porque la voy a hacer, señor.
because I will make it, sir.
You told us you made a reservation prior to coming to court this morning, Ms. Lopez.
Overruled.
Porque no he tenido tiempo de hablar, señor.
Your Honor, can you instruct the
Because I
witness to
haven't
just
had time
answer the
to call,
question?
sir.
Wait.
Okay. May I re-ask the question?
Right, restate your question.
Ms. Lopez, didn't you tell us that you made the reservation prior to your coming to court today? Yes or no?
No.
No.
You didn't just tell us that?
Yes, I told you.
Yes, I told you.
Okay, but you knew when you told us that you had not made a reservation, correct? Yes or no, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, you lied to us,
Nos
didn't you?
mintió, ¿no es así?
Porque-
Yes or no?
Because,
Porque las
She can explain.
puede
You can
explicarlo.
explain.
Por ejemplo, porque las agencias están cerradas, señor, y abren a las 10 de la mañana y aquí me han traído muy tempranito, señor.
Because the agencies are closed, they open at 10 in the morning, and I was brought here very early, sir.
You don't have any plans to leave Los Angeles at all, do you?
Pues no, señor. Tengo mis
Of
maletas
course, sir.
listas.
My bags are packed.
Everything is ready.
Everything is ready.
Well, when you left the Salingers, you told them that you were headed for El Salvador, didn't you?
Le dije que me viera a El Salvador por le dije que me diera mis vacaciones, que me debía una semana. Le dije que me diera 2 vacaciones.
Should you be instructed to
I
answer the
told them
question
that
yes
I
or
was
no?
going for
Hold on.
2 weeks. I asked them to give me a 2-week vacation, and they didn't want to.
When you left the Salingers, you told them that you were leaving and going directly to El Salvador, didn't you?
Sí, porque lo tenía pensado irme esa semana.
Yes or no?
Yes, because I had thought of going that week.
Okay, but you didn't go, did
Pero no
you?
se fue, ¿verdad?
Porque mi hija me pidió que me quedara con mi nieta.
Yes or no?
Because my daughter asked me to stay with my granddaughters.
She can answer the question yes or no. No police officer's been allowed to explain their
Wait.
answer in these proceedings.
Wait. And Ms. Clark? All right. Did you tell the Salingers you were going to leave and go to El Salvador?
Yes, sir.
Next question.
And you didn't go, did you? See or no?
No.
Okay. And you had not made a reservation to go?
No.
Okay. Are you being paid to testify?
Justifica?
No, señor, yo no quiero que me pague nadie.
No, sir, and I don't want to be paid by anybody.
Okay. Well, you discussed money with the inquirer, didn't you?
Nunca he hablado con el Enquirer, señor.
I have never talked to the inquirer, sir.
You discussed money with the Star?
Con nadie he hablado de dinero, señor.
I haven't talked about money with anybody, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to reporters from the Star?
No.
No.
Okay. And did you talk to a reporter from the Inquirer?
No los conozco los reporteros del Enquirer. No.
I don't know reporters from the inquirer.
You ever meet a reporter from the Inquirer?
No sé cuáles serán.
I don't know who they are.
Did you ever meet a reporter from the Inquirer?
Overruled.
Okay.
Maybe they do. That's a vague question, it's unfair.
Anybody who identified themselves as being from the Inquirer, you can rephrase the question.
Did you ever meet someone who gave you a business card and said to you, I am with the Inquirer?
No.
No.
Yo no me acuerdo de la verdad.
I don't remember taking a card.
Let me ask you again,
Le voy a volver a preguntar.
so that we're clear.
Para que quede claro.
Have you ever spoken to someone from the Inquirer?
Overruled. No, it goes to credibility. As you know, there's a wide range of cross-examination regarding credibility.
I'll remember that next week.
Have you ever spoken to someone from the Inquirer?
No sé cuáles, llegaron muchos reporteros, señor. Yo no sé quién es Enquirer, ni quién es el 7, ni cuál es el 4. Todos
I don't
llegaron.
know who. A lot of reporters came, and I don't know who's from 7 or who's from 4. A lot of reporters came. I don't know who came and who left.
The airline that you mentioned earlier, okay, not only did you not make reservations, but you didn't call them either, did you?
Llamó, ¿verdad?
Señor, no los puedo llamar a las 6 de la mañana porque están cerradas las oficinas.
Sir, I can't call them at 6 in the morning because their offices are closed.
Are you aware, Ms. Lopez, that the airline takes reservations by phone 24 hours round the clock?
Horas al día?
Porque yo no hablo al aeropuerto, hablo a las agencias, señor.
Because I don't call the airport, I called the agencies, sir.
And you fly to El Salvador, what, once, twice a year, and have done so for 27 years?
Durante 27 años.
Is that correct?
Overruled.
Espérese.
That's question.
Conteste.
Is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
When you spoke to Rosa Maria Villapando, you were filling out unemployment insurance forms, is that correct?
Para el desempleo, ¿correcto?
No los estaba llenando. Me dieron aplicaciones, pero no las he llenado, señor.
I wasn't filling them out. I was given the applications, but I haven't filled them out, sir.
Were you writing on the applications when you first met with Rosa Maria
María,
on February 17?
el 17 de febrero. What is that?
Okay. Well, when you met with Rosa Maria Villapando on February 17, you were filling out the application, is that correct?
No los estaba llenando, le dije, mira.
I wasn't
quiero ir a
filling them out.
desemployment.
I said to her, look, I want to go to
Y
disemployment.
los papeles nomás, pero no los estaba llenando.
And I
señor.
showed her the papers, but I was not filling them out, sir.
Okay, so you told her that you wanted to
Así-
file for unemployment insurance?
Seguro.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that you have to live in California to receive unemployment insurance in California, correct?
Overruled.
Correct?
Como me quiero ir, por eso no los he llevado, señor.
But because I want to leave, that is why I have not taken them in, sir. Do you understand?
Okay. Well, I understand everything, Ms. Lopez.
So let's comment like that.
That's true, but there's no jury, so I'm going to let that one slide. That's true, that's true.
Not every situation, Mr. Cochran, is a
All right,
comedy.
Mr. Darden, thank you. Why don't you proceed?
And so that is clear. You have not made reservations to leave.
No.
Okay. You have not made reservations at all during the month of February 1995. Correct?
That's correct.
Let me answer.
Señor, no se pueden hacer reservaciones si usted no va a pagar el ticket inmediatamente.
Sir,
No
you
puedo
cannot
reservar.
make a reservation unless you're going to pay for the ticket
Las
immediately.
agencias me tienen el ticket nomás 24 horas, señor.
You cannot reserve it. The agency holds the ticket only for 24 hours, sir. ¿Qué agencia es esta?
La Panamericana.
Panamericana.
Where is that
¿Y
located?
dónde queda?
Hay en todo el mundo, señor.
They're all over the world, sir.
Have you ever purchased a
¿Y
ticket
usted
directly
ha
from the
comprado alguna
airline?
vez algún boleto directamente de la línea aérea?
No.
No.
Where's the Pan Americana ticket office that you
¿Dónde queda la
normally use?
oficina de boletos Panamericana donde usted va?
Voy a donde me queda más cerca, señor.
I go to where it's closer to me, sir.
Okay, where do you usually go?
¿Dónde va por lo general?
Por la San Fernando Road,
On San Fernando Road.
What city?
¿En qué ciudad?
en Los Ángeles.
En Los Angeles.
And when you lied to us about having made
Cuando nos
reservations,
mintió de que había hecho la reservación.
Let me hear the question.
did you do that because you wanted us to believe that you were actually
Nosotros creamos
about to leave the country?
que estaba usted a punto de salir del país.
I've heard that. I've heard the question and answer about that. So it's redundant at this point.
Thank you. You have family here in Los Angeles, is that
¿Familia aquí en Los
correct?
Ángeles, correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Both your two children
Sus
live
dos
here?
hijos viven aquí.
Llevo una hija y un hijo y mis dos nietas.
I have a daughter and a son and my 2 granddaughters.
Okay, and they all live here in Los
¿Todos
Angeles?
viven aquí en Los Ángeles?
Sí.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you would stay at the Salingers
Que se quedaba en casa de los Salinger.
5 days during the week, is
5
that
días a la
correct?
semana, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So did you maintain a residence somewhere else?
¿Una residencia en otra parte?
¿Dónde mi hija?
At my daughter's.
And when you left the Salingers,
Y cuando usted se fue de-
you weren't fired, were you?
Usted no la despidieron, ¿verdad?
No me dijo directamente, pero yo lo reconocí que ya no quería que estuviera.
Well, that's you.
I wasn't told directly, but I recognized that I wasn't wanted there anymore.
Is that what Marta Salinger told you, that you weren't welcome there anymore?
Marta Salinger, que ya no la querían ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
¿Me dijo? ¿Sabe qué me dijo,
She
señora?
told me, Mrs. Clark,
Muy mal.
you
Me
want to know
dijo,
what she told me? She told
"Vas
me,
por 2 semanas.
if you go for 2 weeks,
Strike, Your Honor, there's
I'll
no
get a new
strike.
housekeeper.
Lopez,
Señora López.
thank you very much. Please listen to the
Muchas
attorney's
gracias.
question.
Por favor, escuche usted las preguntas y conteste nada más a ellas. Well, she's looking at me in a bad way.
Aware that this trial is being broadcast in
¿Usted
El
se da
Salvador?
cuenta que este juicio sale al aire en El Salvador? ¿Se está difundiendo?
Yo no sé.
I don't know.
Well, have you seen El Salvadoran officials on television
¿Ha visto usted funcionarios del Salvador?
talking about you?
Overruled
Hablando
counsel,
de-
she testified that one of the reasons she wanted to leave was because she was, all the press coverage, she wanted to go where people weren't going to look at her. If it's getting worldwide coverage, that may be a problem in El Salvador. Overruled. Proceed.
Did you see El Salvadoran officials on television talking about you?
No, aquí no.
No, not here.
Well, have you spoken to your family in El Salvador?
¿Familia en El Salvador?
Yo no he hablado con ella.
I haven't spoken with them.
When was the last time you spoke to your sister in El Salvador?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
This year?
Sí.
Yes.
This week?
¿Esta semana?
No.
Last
No.
week?
¿La semana pasada?
No.
No.
Month of February?
¿El mes de febrero?
No sé cuándo va a venir.
I don't know when.
But you indicated to us a little while ago that she was extremely ill. Is that correct?
Yo no he hablado con ella.
Is that correct? Yes or no?
I haven't talked with her.
Let her answer the question. I'll hear the question. If I have to strike it, I'll strike it. Let's see.
I haven't talked with her. My other relatives have.
But your sister is extremely ill, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and you haven't talked to her for weeks?
No.
Have you or have you not spoken to your sister in the past 4 weeks? Have you spoken to your sister in the past 4 weeks?
¿Habla usted con su hermana en las últimas 4 semanas?
No.
No.
What else you want to do? I can just clarify one point with you, Ms. Lopez. Despite the fact that you've had your bags packed an entire month, okay, you have not yet contacted an airline
Una línea aérea,
or a travel agent,
ni agente de viajes,
Overruled. Overruled.
correct?
¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
You were in another state yesterday?
¿Otro estado? Ajá.
What state?
Yes.
Object, object. That's a problem.
It's not relevant. Another state. That's what I need to know.
What airline did you fly in on? I'm checking that, Your Honor. I don't know if the city harassed anyone if she has to leave.
Overruled.
Get you right down and give it to you, then you counsel. Because I don't want to broadcast.
There are so many airlines that fly so many places.
Well, may we approach? May we approach? May we approach? Yes, I need to approach. I'm asking the name. I don't want to. I don't like to approach with very bad.
There are so many airlines.
There are a lot of airlines, Your Honor, but with regard to this, I'd like to approach it that way.
All right.
Ms. Lopez, did someone pay for your plane ticket to Los Angeles yesterday?
Sí.
Yes.
Who paid for it?
¿Quién lo pagó?
Mi sobrina,
My niece.
What's her name?
¿Cómo se llama ella?
Josefina
Josefina.
What's her last name?
¿Cuál es el apellido de ella?
Rodríguez.
Rodríguez.
Okay, how do you spell her first name?
¿Cómo se deletrea el nombre de Fina? I don't know how you spell it. Josefina.
Could you try and spell it for me, please? I would appreciate that greatly.
Tengo que deletrearlo de letra, por eso está muy largo el nombre.
Then I have to do it letter by letter, and it's a very long name.
Is it spelled the normal way?
No, se escribe comúnmente de la forma normal.
Uh-huh.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
There's a normal way?
Yes. Josefina in Spanish, certainly.
Sí, Josefina en español, definitivamente.
You told us that you were terrified of the press, correct?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to some of the reporters here in the courtroom this morning, didn't you?
No,
No.
Didn't you speak to a reporter from Court TV this morning?
no,
¿De Court TV esta mañana?
no.
No.
Is this Myers? Speak to Christian Jeanette Myers from Court TV this morning.
Object, well, speak, that's vague. What's the
Overruled.
meaning? Speak to her and say hello.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Yo no lo conozco, a mí me saludan, me dicen hi, yo digo hi también.
I don't know him. They say hello to me. They say hi. I say hi.
Well, did you speak to a female or woman reporter this morning?
Esta mañana. ¿Cómo vas?
Overruled. Overruled. Proceed.
Conteste.
Did you?
¿Habló?
Es que yo no sé si es reportero o qué, a mí me dicen hi, yo digo hi.
I don't know if they're reporters or what. They tell me hi. I say hi.
Well, did you tell someone this morning, a woman,
A una señora.
quote, I love you on TV, unquote?
Sí,
Yes.
porque la miro en la televisión.
Because I see her on TV.
You see that person here
¿Ve
today?
usted a la persona aquí presente hoy?
No la miro.
I don't see her right now.
You weren't terrified of that TV reporter, were you?
Esa reportera de la televisión no le da miedo. No la aterroriza.
No, porque no tiene la cámara enfrente de mi cara.
No, because she doesn't have a camera in front of my face.
You have it? Minutes. To gather some additional information.
Yeah, you don't have anything else you can cross-examine on at this point?
No, I don't think so.
Any objection to that?
Employment insurance forms that you had, who gave you those forms?
Yo fui al desempleo.
I went to unemployment.
Okay. Did you see an unemployment insurance counselor?
Consejero de Seguros de Desempleo. Espérese.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Sí.
Yes.
And did that counselor tell you the requirements for obtaining unemployment insurance?
Seguro de desempleo.
Sí.
Yes.
And he told you that you had to remain in the state, correct?
Tenía que quedarse en este estado, ¿correcto?
No me dijo eso. Yo no me lo pregunté.
I wasn't told that. I didn't ask it.
Did you look at the blank unemployment insurance form?
Formas de desempleo en blanco.
No las he leído todavía, señor.
I still haven't read them, sir.
Your Honor, what time did you plan to adjourn this morning?
That was something I was going to talk to you about, because it's obvious we're not going to finish this morning, so we may, looks like we're going to be in session this afternoon, but let me talk to council about scheduling. Question?
If I may, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez, direct your attention to the young lady near the courtroom doors. Is that the woman that you spoke to this morning and said, I love you on TV?
Sí, porque la veo en la televisión.
Yes, because I watch her on TV.
Okay, she was walking past you
¿La
at the
iba
time,
iba pasando en ese momento? Yes.
and you pulled on her skirt and stopped
¿La
her.
jaló de la falda y la paró?
No.
No.
No le he tocado a la señorita.
I didn't touch that lady.
Yo solo le dije que se miraba, la actriz y te miraba muy bonita en la televisión.
I only told her, you look very pretty on TV.
Okay, so you didn't stop her
Así es que usted no la paró.
so that you could speak to her.
Stop her, para hablar con ella. I told her.
All right, can we have the young lady identify herself, please?
Que se
For the
identifique
record.
la señorita, por favor.
Thank you. All right, council, this hearing has obviously taken on dimensions that go far beyond what we thought it would. The court had originally intended on going dark at 11:45 today. It's clear to me we're not going to finish this morning. So we will stand in recess until 1:45 and conclude the hearing this afternoon. Mr. Jones, are you available 1:45?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Lopez, the lawyers still have some other questions. I'm going to try to conclude this hearing today. I'm going to order you to come back this afternoon at 1:45. Do you understand the order, ma'am?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, would you order Ms. Filippando to return that to
Yep, she's outside the court.
her attorney?
All right, counsel, are you here on behalf of Ms. Filippando and KMEX?
Here, Your Honor.
Are you here?
Right?
All right, are you here on behalf of KMEX and Ms. Villapando?
Yes.
All right, will you accept the court's order directing her to return at 1:45 on her behalf? Thank you very much, counsel. All right, we'll stand in recess. Which videotape is this? All right, let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please.
There is a break now, lunchtime recess, and the court will resume in about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. Gives us pause to look back at what has happened here over the last couple of hours. We have seen Rosa Lopez on the witness stand being questioned about whether or not she intends to leave this jurisdiction and be unavailable to testify at the time appropriately for the defense case in the murder trial of OJ Simpson, and some vigorous cross-examination testing her believability, whether or not she is covering the story you become as earlier today.
Yes, well, as I reported during the mid-morning break that we took, Greg, as I was walking out of the courtroom in the morning, Rosa Lopez, who had not yet taken the stand, was seated against the back wall. And as I was walking out, she reached up and either pulled at my skirt or brushed it back and forth to get my attention. And I did look down and saw that it was Rosa Lopez. And at that point in time, she was smiling. Her face was beaming, was the best way that I could describe it. And she was saying, "I love you on TV. I know you from TV. You're so pretty. I like to watch you on TV." And I looked startled, I believe, because her attorney, Carl Jones, who was sitting next to her, looked up at me and said, "She just knows you from TV," as if to explain why this was occurring. And I kept moving. As you know, when you're in the courtroom, you file out in single file, and you don't stop, or the deputies will have a problem with you. And I went down to the break during the break because it was interesting that someone who had just been characterized by Johnny Cochran as terrorized by the media would choose to reach out and extend herself, in a sense, to a member of the media. And so I reported that. Well, it appears that the prosecution, or someone of the prosecution team, or someone in contact with the prosecution, was watching court TV. And Christopher Darden was informed of this incident through whatever channels. So during the second portion of the morning, when I was on the 12th floor media room, a representative from the district attorney's office did come up and request my presence in court. And that was what you just saw moments ago, which was the identification where the witness, Rosa Lopez, acknowledged that she had spoken to me on the way out of court after the first morning break.
All right, so far.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, people represented by Mr. Darden, Ms. Lewis.
We're expecting this program.
All right.
Give it a second.
Certainly. All right, Ms. Lopez, would you come forward again, please? All right, Ms. Lopez, would you please retake the witness stand? And if you just pull the microphone close to you, please. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're reminded that you're still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, on those occasions when you visited El Salvador, did you watch television?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're aware that in El Salvador, you can pick up KTLA, Channel 5 out of Los Angeles,
Yeah, that's
correct?
You can watch television and picking up Channel 5. I don't know, that's super fact, not evidence. Doesn't it not?
Overruled.
I don't even remember what channel they work over there.
Okay, but you do recall that in El Salvador, you can pick up Los Angeles television stations, correct?
Los canales de televisión de Los Ángeles, ¿correcto?
Yo no he visto de acá, he visto los canales de allá.
I haven't seen it from here. I've seen the stations that are there.
Okay. Are you familiar with a newspaper called the La Prensa
Que se llama La Prensa
Gráfica?
Gráfica.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the largest daily circulated newspaper in San Salvador, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you aware that they've run numerous articles about you, including your picture?
¿La fotografía de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
You're well known in El Salvador, aren't you?
Salvador.
Speculation, conclusion. It's also beyond the scope of this hearing.
No, I don't believe so, but rephrase the question, Mr. Darden. Stop beyond the scope, but why don't you rephrase that?
Ms. Lopez, are you aware that in El Salvador that you are well known?
¿Usted es bien conocida? ¿Se le conoce?
Pues en mi rancho creo que sí, pero en la capital no lo creo.
Well, I think that they do in my ranch, but I don't think that they do in the capital.
Are you familiar with TV stations 2, 4, 6, and 12 in El Salvador?
Es que cuando voy para allá no miro televisión tanto, siempre voy aburrido de ver televisión de acá.
It's that when I go over there, I don't watch that much TV. I'm already bored of watching TV here.
Are you aware that they are watching you right now in El Salvador?
Does it matter?
Overruled. Overruled. But she's indicated one of her fears is that she's well known here.
Yes.
If she's well known there, then she may have the same problem there.
Maybe she, well, I want to, you'll let me address this before we can.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Cocker. Mr. Darden.
What was it?
Are you aware that the reporters at those TV stations in San Salvador are watching you testify here today?
Están viendo
It
declarando
does.
aquí.
Was that sustained?
Yes, it does assume a fact, not an
Okay.
evidence.
All right. Okay. Are you aware that in San Salvador you can get CNN International?
Se puede ver CNN Internacional. Espérese.
If you go to El Salvador, we're now talking about San Salvador.
Well, San Salvador is the capital of El Salvador, is my
She's
recollection.
going to San Salvador. We say that either? There's no evidence. So
Okay.
there's not evidence. There's more than one city, I think, in El Salvador.
Foundational objection?
Yes.
Sustained.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, when the plane lands in El Salvador,
El avión aterriza
it'll land in the capital, San Salvador. Is that correct?
en San Salvador, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, are you aware that in San Salvador that you can get CNN International on the television?
Ver CNN Internacional.
Overruled.
No sé yo de eso.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that.
No sabe usted de eso.
Okay. But your sister has told you that she has watched news reports about you on television. Is that correct?
That's hearsay. Hold on.
Goes to her state of mind. Overruled.
So the fact not evidence.
A mí no me lo ha
Sustained.
dicho ella, me lo ha dicho.
So, no,
Okay,
Hold on.
what-
I'm sustaining the objection that assumes facts not in evidence because you have to lay a foundation. I'm overruling the objection that it's hearsay because it goes to state of mind.
Did you speak to your sister during the month of January?
¿Tu hermana en el mes de enero?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you discuss the news coverage of you?
No sé, yo no hablamos de esas cosas nosotros.
No, sir, we don't talk about those things.
Have you told your sister why you're returning to El Salvador? Did you tell your sister why you're returning to El Salvador?
¿Su hermana por qué es que regresa a El Salvador? ¿Usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell her that you were returning to avoid harassment from the press?
Para evitar el hostigamiento de los medios de comunicación y la prensa.
Le dije que iba a ir a pasar a mi hijo a otra tumba porque lo necesito pasar este año.
I told her that I was going to go move my son to another grave because I needed to do that this year.
Did you tell your sister that
¿Y le dijo
you
usted a su hermana
were returning to El Salvador to avoid the press?
para evitar a la prensa?
No.
No.
You indicated this morning that you told your lawyer many times that you intended to return to El Salvador, correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall when the first time was that you told him this?
Ay, no me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was it in December?
¿Fue en diciembre?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Can you give us an approximate?
All right, she's already acknowledged that she's told that. Why don't we move on?
Well, can I ask if she told him in 1994? Or,
Sure.
Did you tell him this in 1994 or 1995?
En 95.
In 95.
Okay. Are you aware that your lawyer, Mr. Jones, appeared on television on February 2 and stated that you had not told him that you intended to return to El Salvador?
You aware that your lawyer couldn't tell the The question is vague, not eligible, ambiguous.
Overruled. Overruled.
Are you aware?
Answer the question.
Okay.
Are you aware your attorney said
¿Sabe
this?
usted que su abogado dijo eso?
So the fact that
Overruled.
Sí.
Yes.
Had you told him by February 2, that is, that you were leaving the country?
País?
No, no le había dicho eso.
No, I hadn't told him.
When did you first tell him?
Ay, no me acuerdo cuando le dije.
I don't remember when I told him.
Okay. Well, you know that you told him
Pero
sometime
sabe que
after
se lo dijo
February 2,
después
correct?
del 2 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Es que no recuerdo el día ni la hora que le dije. No, ya no me recuerdo.
It's that I don't remember what day or what time I told him. I don't remember.
You told us this morning that you've never spoken to anyone from the Star. Is that correct?
The Star, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you acquainted with Tony Frost?
¿A Tony Frost?
No.
No.
You've never met Tony Frost?
No.
¿No ha conocido a Tony Frost? No.
may not know. Maybe she talked to him about it, wasn't it?
Overruled.
Fair question.
Overruled.
Isn't it true that you had 4 face-to-face interviews with Tony Frost of the Star?
Con Tony Frost de The Star.
Yo no sé quién será Tony Frost. En el trabajo llegaron muchos reporteros y me preguntaban y yo no sé nada, yo no sé nada.
I don't know who Tony Frost is. A lot of reporters came to my job and they would ask me things and I would say, I don't know anything, I don't know anything.
How many reporters discussed paying you for your story?
Tratan de pagarles por su historia.
A mí nunca me han dicho que me van a pagar.
I don't know. Nobody has told me that I'm going to get paid.
Okay, well, did anyone discuss the possibility with you that you could get paid
La posibilidad
for
de que
telling
me
your
podían
story?
pagar
No.
por dar su historia. No.
Where did you go when we broke for lunch?
Cuando tomamos el descanso para almorzar, ¿a dónde fue usted?
A la cafetería.
To the cafeteria.
Who did you go there with?
¿Con quién fue usted?
Pati.
With Patty.
Do you see Patty here in the courtroom now?
No.
No.
And
I don't see him.
does Patty have a last name?
Mechanic.
Mechanic?
Did you meet anyone else in the cafeteria?
¿Encontró a alguien más en la cafetería?
Había mucha gente.
There were a lot of people there.
Okay. Who did you speak with in the cafeteria?
Espérese,
Overruled.
conteste.
Yo no he hablado con nadie. Todos platican entre ellos, yo no.
I didn't speak with anybody. Everybody speaks among themselves. I didn't.
You didn't speak to Mr. Cochran in the cafeteria?
¿En la cafetería?
Sí, entiendo a platicar con ellos también.
Yes, he also comes to chat with them.
Okay, well, didn't you have a heated conversation with Mr. Cochran in the cafeteria?
Conversación en voz alta o caliente con el señor.
Wait.
Just the following question is argumentative, heated conversation. Argumentative?
Mr. Cochran can testify later if he likes, Your Honor.
Why don't you rephrase the question? Conversation first and then describe the tenor and demeanor of the conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. When you spoke to Mr. Cochran in the cafeteria, did he appear upset at all?
¿Él parecía estar molesto?
No.
No.
Did he raise his voice?
¿Levantó la voz?
No.
No.
Did he tell you that you were messing up on the witness stand?
Usted estaba cometiendo errores en el banquillo. Espérese.
Very close, Your Honor, very close.
I don't think we need to. I think he's entitled to ask that kind of question.
Okay. There were other people present who were here.
May or may not be true. I don't know. Mr. Dart.
Was Mr. Cochran animated at all during the conversation that you had with him?
Remember, we're using an interpreter.
No.
No.
Madam Interpreter, how is animated translated into Spanish?
Not very clearly, Your Honor.
Since I don't speak Spanish, Your Honor, I can't.
All right.
Okay.
Using an interpreter with a witness is an art.
The art word again, huh?
Got that one.
No, I'm just familiar that that particular verb in Spanish is very difficult. Never mind. Forget I mentioned it. Proceed.
Did Mr. Cochran tell you what to say on the witness stand?
Cuando declarara desde el banquillo?
No.
No.
Okay. How about Mr. McKenna? Did he tell you what to say on the witness stand?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. McKenna?
Señor McKenna?
No.
No.
Did you tell him what happened here in court this morning?
¿En el tribunal esta mañana?
No.
No.
Did Mr. McKenna tell you not to tell us that you spoke to him during the lunch hour?
¿Con él durante el almuerzo?
No, señor, no me ha mencionado usted.
No, sir. He hasn't mentioned you.
Not me. Okay. I mean, did he tell you not to tell us that you talked to him about your testimony?
¿Que usted había hablado con él sobre su testimonio?
Overruled.
No.
No.
By the way, you understand everything I'm saying to you in English, don't you?
¿Es así?
No le pongo atención a usted porque tengo que poner atención a la señora aquí.
I'm not paying attention to you because I have to pay attention to the lady here so that I can understand. Cuando usted habló con el señor Cochran,
This morning, did you speak to him in English?
¿habló con él en inglés?
No.
No.
You weren't sitting back there on that back bench speaking to Mr. Cochran in English?
¿Hablando con el señor Cochran
Sí.
en inglés? Yes.
Okay, so you did speak to Mr. Cochran in English,
Señor Cochran en inglés.
correct?
¿Correcto?
¿Me entiende mi medio inglés usted?
He-
Questions vague, questions several times.
Why don't you rephrase the question? I thought it was this morning, though, on the back bench. That sounded pretty specific.
I've
Did-
talked more than one time.
Didn't you
Okay.
speak to Mr. Cochran in English this morning while the two of you sat on that back bench here in this courtroom?
Esa banca de atrás de este tribunal.
Sí, hablo. Sí.
We did talk, yes.
And in fact, you do speak English.
Sí habla inglés.
Yo digo que no, porque no lo hablo bien.
I say I don't because I don't speak it well.
Okay. Well, when you spoke to the Salingers, you spoke to them in English, correct?
Nos peleamos porque me decía que hablar en inglés y yo le decía que no.
We would fight because they would tell me to speak in English and I would say no.
Well, have you found, we'll strike that. They speak to you in English?
¿Ellos le hablaban a usted en inglés? Ella sí, el señor no.
She did. He didn't.
And you understood them?
¿Y usted les entendía? A veces no, le preguntaba al señor porque no le entendía a ella.
Sometimes I didn't and I would ask the man because I wouldn't understand her.
When you spoke to Mr. Cochran during the lunch hour, was he furious at all?
¿Estaba furioso de alguna forma?
No.
No.
You have watched some of these proceedings on court TV, is that correct?
Parte de este proceso en Court TV en ese canal, ¿correcto?
Cuando tengo tiempo.
When I have time.
Okay. And do they broadcast, that is Court TV, in Spanish?
¿En español?
Casi no lo miro en español por algunas veces.
I almost don't watch it in Spanish, but sometimes I like to.
Okay. So they do broadcast in Spanish, is that
¿Sí
correct?
lo transmiten en español,
Sí.
correcto? Yes.
Okay. Did you watch the preliminary hearing on Court TV?
Preliminar en Court TV?
No todo el tiempo cuando que no tengo tiempo.
Not all the time because I don't have the time.
Okay, but you watched some of the preliminary hearing?
¿Vio parte de la
On Court
audiencia
TV?
preliminar en Court TV? A little bit.
In English or Spanish?
¿En inglés o en español?
En español.
In Spanish.
Is that on Court TV?
¿Fue en el canal Court TV?
No.
No.
En 34.
Channel 34?
Okay, so when you watched these proceedings
Así es
on
que cuando usted ve esto en el
television in English,
televisión en inglés,
you watched Court TV,
ve usted Court
correct?
TV, ¿correcto?
Cuando estaba en el trabajo, sí, porque agarraba el cable.
When I was at work, yes, because I would get cable.
The fee or pay agreement you have with your lawyer, is it in writing?
Los honorarios de su abogado, ¿está hecho por escrito?
No.
No.
One moment, Charles.
Certainly.
The affidavit you signed
En la declaración que usted firmó
on February 17,
el 17 de
1995,
febrero de 1995,
you indicated at line
usted indicó en el renglón
20 and 21
20 y 21
That you were forced to quit your job.
que usted se vio forzada o obligada a dejar su trabajo.
Is that correct?
¿Correcto? That's correct.
But no one forced you to quit your job, did they?
¿Sí? A renunciar.
No me lo decía directamente la señora, pero ya no me quería.
The lady didn't tell me so directly, but she didn't want me anymore.
Didn't Mrs. Salinger tell you that you were welcome to stay?
¿Usted se podía quedar, que era bienvenida?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Didn't she tell you that
No
she
le
would
dijo.
strike that? Didn't she tell you that you were a good employee?
¿Usted era una buena empleada?
No, señor.
No, sir.
She told you that she was going to fire you?
¿Ella la iba a despedir?
Me dijo de esta forma, ¿se lo explico?
She told me this way. Do you want me to explain it to you?
Go right ahead.
Adelante.
Dijo, si no te vas, si no regresas en una semana, yo busco housekeeper y si quieres referencia te la doy.
She
Entonces,
said to me, if you don't come back in a week, I will look for a housekeeper. And if you want references, I will give them to you.
entonces me estaba despidiendo, ¿right?
Then she was firing me, right?
Mrs. Salinger told you that if you came back in a week, you could have your job back?
Estaba en una semana, ¿usted podría tener su empleo de regreso?
Sí.
Yes.
And she told you that she would give you references for a new job
¿Le daba referencias para otro
if you
empleo?
wanted them?
Si usted las quería?
Sí.
Yes.
Well, isn't it true, Ms. Lopez, that you quit your job?
¿Usted renunció a su trabajo?
Check.
Espérese,
Or will
conteste.
Sí, porque las cámaras de televisión no dejan todos los días y a la señora no le gustaba ya.
Yes,
Estaba enfadada.
because the television cameras would not leave us alone every day, and the lady was already fed up. She didn't like it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about these television
Vamos a
cameras.
hablar de las cámaras de televisión.
Did these television cameras walk up, or rather, did the camera reporters walk up to the front door and knock at the door?
Los reporteros caminaban a la puerta principal y tocaban a la puerta.
Llegaban hasta la puerta y se metían para adentro y se los dejaba.
They would come to the door and they would go inside if I allowed them to.
But only if you allowed them
Pero
to,
solo
correct?
se los dejaba, correcto.
Porque cerraban la puerta porque venían con la cámara enfrente. El canal 34 me siguió hasta la puerta y hasta que la cerré.
Because I would close the door, they would come with their cameras to the front. Channel 34 followed me all the way to the door until I closed it.
Okay. And when was that?
¿Cuándo fue esto?
El día después que salió mi fotografía en la televisión.
The day after my picture came out on TV.
That would be January 26th?
26 de enero.
Yo creo, no sé qué fecha.
I think. I don't know what date it was.
Is there a fence around the property?
Hay una reja alrededor de la propiedad.
Pero mantienen el gate abierto.
But they keep the gate open.
Okay. So the gate can close.
Puede
Is that
cerrarse.
correct?
¿Correcto? Yes.
Okay. The gate can be locked,
También
correct?
se puede cerrar con llave esa puerta.
Sí.
Yes.
And if you lock the gate, then the reporters can't come onto the property, correct?
Pero no pueden pasar a la propiedad, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But you didn't bother to lock the gate, correct?
Usted no se tomó la molestia de cerrar la
It's
llave.
not our house, it's the soldier's house.
Well, the weight of the answer is for me to determine. That's already occurred to me.
Well, I'm going to remind you.
No, you don't need to remind me.
Okay.
And I saw the house, and I've seen the fence
And the gate.
and the gate.
But you shouldn't ask these questions. You've already seen.
Well, the gate was locked when we were there, counsel. Okay, but you didn't bother to, yeah,
The second time, yes.
but you didn't bother to lock the gate, correct?
Cerrar con llave la reja.
Porque el gate no es mío, señor, y la señora no le gusta que lo
Can she
cierre.
answer the
Because
question,
the
yes or no,
gate
please?
isn't mine, and the lady doesn't like me to lock it.
All right, the answer will stand. Counsel, whether or not the gate opens or closes is not real important to the
That's fine,
decision I
John.
have to make.
You told us that you flew into LAX at 1:30 this morning. Is that correct?
Puerto de Los Ángeles a la 1:30 de la madrugada, ¿correcto? Ajá.
Okay.
Sí.
And,
Yes.
and did we stipulate to the name of the airline on the record, Your Honor?
Ya estipulamos el nombre de la aerolínea.
No sé la hora que llegué.
1:20, I don't know the time exactly.
Your Honor, we checked with this airline, and they indicated that their last flight arrived at 11:30, and that the crews all left by 12:30. So perhaps we should get some confirmation from the witness as to what the name of the airline is, as opposed to the stipulation we've entered into already.
All right, we can do that at the sidebar. Since apparently they were met by somebody. Why don't you find out? Give me the flight number, et cetera, so we can confirm that. Why don't you move on, Mr. Jordan? Certainly.
And I'd like to inquire of the witness further regarding the fee arrangement she has with Mr. Jones, and I would like to confer with Mr. Jones before I proceed.
All right. Record reflect Mr. McKenna is here as well. Mr. Darden finished his conversation with Mr. Jones.
Now, may I approach with the name of the airline just giving you a piece of paper?
Yes.
Ms. Lopez, is this the name of the airline?
¿Es el nombre de la aerolínea en la que voló?
Yeah.
You did not fly in on Southwest Airlines?
No voló usted en Southwest Airlines.
No.
No.
Okay. And you came from out of state, is that
Vino
correct?
usted de otro estado, ¿correcto? Yes.
Okay. And you came at the request of someone, correct?
¿Pidió alguien, correcto?
Porque me sentí con la obligación,
We
porque
have a yes or no answer?
Because I felt the duty to
atestiguar ahora.
come to testify today.
Motion to strike, Your Honor, it's non-responsive.
It's all right. It'll stand.
Someone asked you to come
¿Alguien le pidió que
here today and testify, correct?
testificar, correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Mr. Jones?
Okay. And you say you did that out of a duty you believe you have, is that correct?
Yeah, she said Mr. John.
That's what I thought I heard.
She said Mr. John.
Let's clarify with the interpreter.
¿Usted Johnny o Jones? Johnny, sorry.
Okay. The gentleman seated right
¿El
here,
señor que está sentado aquí?
Yes.
Yes. ¿Este?
Mr. Douglas?
¿El señor Douglas?
Yes.
Yes.
I hope we have an ID issue.
Great straight line.
And what did Mr. Douglas say to you
¿Qué le dijo el señor Douglas
when he asked you to return?
cuando le pidió que regresara?
Hablé con mi abogado primero y yo le dije a mi abogado que estaba lejos.
I first talked to my lawyer, and I told my lawyer that I was away.
Y él dijo, tienes que venir porque te necesitamos mañana.
And he said to me, you have to come because we need you tomorrow.
Le dije, no se preocupe, yo llego.
I said to him, don't worry, I'll be there.
But what if your attorney tells you,
Su abogado le dice,
What is it? What is this, like, make believe?
I have,
They're probably
okay.
questions.
haven't heard the question yet.
so when your attorney asked you to come, you just came,
su
correct?
abogado le pidió que viniera, nada más vino, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Yes,
Out of a sense of duty.
por un sentido de obligación.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And do you still feel a duty to testify in this case?
¿Siente la obligación de declarar en este caso?
Sí.
Yes.
And if called again to come and testify, will you come and testify?
¿Vendría usted a declarar?
No, ya no vengo más.
No, I won't come anymore.
Okay. So you feel you no longer have any duty to come and testify, correct?
La obligación de venir, el deber de venir a declarar, ¿correcto?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you ever discuss receiving money for your story with anyone?
¿Ha hablado con quien sea de recibir dinero por su historia?
No, señor.
No, sir.
No one offered you $5,000.
$5,000?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You never asked anyone for $5,000.
$5,000? No.
No.
Are you answering my questions before the interpreter can interpret?
Well, Mr. Darden, whether or not she understands or doesn't understand English, I can take into consideration the fact that she's been in this country for over 20 years.
Thank you. That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cochran, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I gave that to the guy.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Good afternoon, sir.
And what do you refer to me as?
¿Y usted cómo me dice a mí? How do what?
What do you call me?
A mí cómo me dice usted?
Johnny?
Johnny.
Okay, yes.
Sí.
And in that connection, when did you leave Los Angeles to go to this other state?
Para irse al otro estado que fue.
¿Cuándo me fui?
When did I leave?
Yes, to go to the other state.
Para ir al otro estado.
Fui el miércoles en la mañana.
I left Wednesday morning.
All right, and did you talk to your lawyer before you left to go to this other state?
Antes de irse a este otro estado?
No, no le llamé.
No, I didn't call him.
And so the record is clear when I'm talking about your lawyer, I'm referring to Mr. Carl Jones.
Jones.
All right? And before you left on Wednesday, Mr. Jones had advised you had to be in court today on Friday. Is that correct?
Que tenía que estar aquí el viernes, ¿correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
And yesterday,
¿Y ayer?
did you make a call to Mr. Jones and tell him where you were?
Al señor Jones para decirle dónde estaba?
Sí.
Yes.
And after you talked to Mr. Jones, did you have occasion to talk to my law office about where you were?
¿El jurídico de sobre dónde estaba usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And thereafter, were reservations made for you to fly
Hicieron reservaciones para que
back to Los Angeles in the early morning hours so you could be here this morning?
en la madrugada para que usted pudiera estar aquí esta mañana?
Sí.
Yes.
And in that connection,
En conexión a eso.
the flight that you came on arrived about 1:25 or 1:30 in the morning,
1:30 de la madrugada?
Sí.
Yes.
and you were picked up at the airport by the gentleman who was in here that you call Patty, over in the corner, Mr.
Patty, que
McKenna.
está ahí en la esquina, señor
Yes.
McKenna? Yes.
And what time did you go to bed this morning?
Se acostó usted esta mañana.
A las 2:15, 2:20.
At 2:15, 2:20?
All right. And what time did you wake up this morning?
Se levanta bien la
A
mañana.
las 5 de la mañana.
At 5 in the morning?
And what time did you arrange to meet at my law office sometime early this morning?
Que nos íbamos a reunir en la oficina esta
A las 6 de
mañana.
la mañana.
At 6 in the morning?
7:30.
7:30?
And so you arrived in Los Angeles at 1:30. You went to bed about shortly after 2:15, is that right?
Poco después de las 2:15, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You were up by 5?
¿Y se levantó a las 5?
Sí.
Yes.
And I'm not clear what time it was that you came.
Mr. McKenna's still in the court.
Yes, he is. Mr. McKenna, why don't you step out?
And what time did you arrive at the law office, if you recall?
¿A qué horas llegó usted a la oficina al
No me
bufete jurídico? I didn't notice.
Is Irma in the courtroom as well?
Yes, she is. Mr. Jones would like to leave too. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you had a conversation with us this morning.
¿Usted, verdad? No. No, sir.
I came down while waiting for the car to speak to you briefly at lunchtime.
Hablar con usted brevemente.
Well, let me ask it another way. All right. Did you see me briefly at lunch before I left?
A la hora del almuerzo antes de irme.
It's foundational at this point.
Foundation. You brought it up.
Sí.
Yes.
Did we ever have any kind of an argument at all?
¿Alguna discusión?
No.
No.
Did we talk about
Hablamos de
whether or not you plan to go to El Salvador?
si El Salvador o no.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you give me the name of your travel agent? Well, let me ask this.
It is.
Just a moment. All right, let me restate it.
Please.
Did we have a discussion about the name of your travel agent?
¿Plática sobre el nombre de su agente de viajes?
Sí.
Yes.
While I was there, was a phone call made to the travel agent to try to reach her? She can tell us that. I'm asking, was a phone call made to the travel agent? It's not leading.
Counsel, whether it's leading or not at this point, let's get to the point.
All right. Was a phone call made to the travel agent?
¿Se hizo una llamada a la gente de viajes?
Sí.
Yes.
And is her name Zulima Ida?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sí. Yes.
There's no indication that this witness has any personal knowledge.
That's great. This is incredibly leading, Mr.
Yes,
Cochran.
yes, absolutely. But, Your Honor, if he could just, I'm still asking these questions, Your Honor. If there's an offer of proof, may I continue?
I understand where we're going with this. So we've established who the travel agent is. Let's proceed.
Yes, I was trying to, if I could establish it, may I do that?
I thought you said that was who it was.
Yes. Zulima Aida, I-I-D-A, is that correct?
Zulima Aida, eso es. Yes.
And were arrangements made for Ms. Zulima Aida to come to court this afternoon?
¿Para que viniera Zulima Aida al tribunal esta tarde? Sí. Yes.
It's all hearsay.
Did you see Ms.
Your Honor, there's an objection. It's believing the hearsay has a motion to strike.
It's overruled at this point.
Did you see Ms. Zulima Aida out in the hallway before you came into court this afternoon?
Counsel, I got to tell you something. The issue is this person leaving? Is there a bona fide reason for that person to leave? Nobody has bothered to discuss on page 1 of her affidavit, on paragraph 7, line 23, it says, I have fear for my personal safety as well as the safety of my family if I remain in this country. Nobody's bothered to ask that question. That seems to me to be a very important issue. Whether or not she's got a travel agent, whether or not that travel agent is going to come here is not real interesting to me.
Your Honor, the witness has indicated already that she wants to leave because of harassment for the press, from the press, Your Honor. So that is
I know.
She gave.
Madam
She
Mayor,
gave no other reason.
I understand
I
that.
think that excludes the.
the court, if the court would allow me 1 moment, I appreciate the court understanding and anticipate what we're going to do. The reason why the travel agent is here, it bears on questions asked by Mr. Darden, Your Honor, as to whether or not this lady has made some reservations to go to El Salvador this month. And I expect to introduce that as testimony,
All right.
Your Honor. So I know
Let's proceed.
if the court would allow me, I think the court will understand what we're trying to do.
Let's proceed. Sure.
Thank you.
It's an awful long hearing to determine whether or not we're going to have a hearing.
Well, Your Honor, I think so, Your Honor, but they took up 2/3 of the hearing. I'll point that out.
Well, she made a material misrepresentation on the witness.
Well, Mr. Darden, thank you.
Now,
Let's proceed.
with regard to the
Con
declaration
respecto a la declaración
that you signed on
que
February
usted firmó el
17,
17 de febrero
1995, do you remember that?
de 1995, ¿se acuerda de eso? Sí, sí. Yes, sir.
And was this declaration read to you in Spanish before you signed it?
Sí. Yes.
And who read this
¿Quién le dio
declaration
esta
to you
declaración a usted?
before you signed it?
Irma. Irma.
All right, is that the lady who left a few
La
moments
señora
ago?
que salió hace unos momentos. Yes.
And you're aware that Irma speaks
Y usted
Spanish, is
sabe
that
que
correct?
Irma habla español, ¿verdad? Sí. Yes.
And are the facts contained in this
Y los
declaration
hechos que contiene esta
true and
declaración
correct?
son correctos y ciertos. Yes.
At the time this
Y
declaration was
cuando
prepared,
se preparó esta declaración,
was your lawyer, Mr. Carl
¿su
Jones,
abogado,
present?
señor Carl Jones, estaba presente? Sí. Yes.
I'd like to ask you a question
Quisiera hacerle una
or
pregunta
two about
o
the
dos
declaration,
sobre
if I
esta
might.
declaración, si me lo permite. Sí. Yes.
In paragraph 7,
En el párrafo 7,
I want you to read this,
quiero que lea usted,
first of all, to
en primer
yourself,
lugar, en
then I
voz
want to
baja.
ask you a question about it.
You read it to me, please.
You know, I'm going to object to having the witness read the counsel for the question. To give it to a refresh your
Se lo
recollection.
da para refrescar
Her
la memoria.
declaration and
Es su
declaration is for itself.
declaración.
Your Honor.
Y
Yes.
el hacer por sí
It's
mismo.
her declaration.
Can you read it to yourself?
No miro porque no
I
tengo mis
can't see
lentes.
because I don't have my glasses.
All right. May I read it to you?
¿Se lo puedo leer,
Yes.
su señoría? Sí.
In paragraph
En el
7,
párrafo 7,
you indicate,
usted indicó,
I have a fear for my personal
temo por mi
safety
seguridad personal,
as well as the safety of
al
my
igual que la
family
seguridad de mi familia,
if I remain in this country.
si me quedo en este país.
I
¿Cómo?
want,
And
is
that's
that,
true.
okay, is that true?
¿Eso es cierto?
All right.
Yes.
And why do you have a fear for your
¿Y por qué
personal
tiene usted
safety
por su
as
seguridad
well as the
personal, al
safety
igual
of
que la
your
seguridad
family
de su familia,
if you remain in this
si
country?
se queda en este país?
Porque toda la gente ya me conoce.
Because everybody already
Donde
knows
quiera que voy
me.
me miran y ya me señalan y me dicen, ves, es la mujer que está en el traje de hoy de Mr. Simpson.
Wherever I go, people
Tengo
look at
miedo.
me and point at me and say, see, that's the woman that's in Mr. Simpson's case. And I'm afraid.
Your faith for your personal safety.
¿Tiene miedo por su seguridad personal? Yes.
When you went
Y
down
cuando usted
to,
fue,
was there a time you went down to the unemployment
¿usted fue
office?
a la oficina de desempleo en cierto momento?
Sí.
Spoke
Yes.
with an unemployment
¿Y habló con
counselor?
un consejero de desempleo?
Sí.
Yes.
And did this unemployment
¿Y este
counselor say
consejero de
something to
desempleo
you?
le dijo algo a usted?
Un security.
A security.
All right, and this
¿Y
security person,
esta persona de seguridad
did that person recognize you?
la reconoció? Yes.
What did that person
¿Qué
say
le
to
dijo
you?
esa persona?
Era un moreno,
It was a black guy.
y me dijo, ¿usted es la housekeeper de Mr. Simpson?
He said to me, "You're Mr. Simpson's housekeeper."
Y le dije, no.
I said, "No."
Did that concern you also?
¿Y eso también le preocupó?
Sí, muchísimo, ya no vuelvo a ir allí.
Yes, very much. I won't go back there.
What about the safety of your
¿Y qué
family?
de la seguridad de su familia?
Tengo mucho miedo por mis hijos también.
I am very scared for my children too.
Has your daughter or your son
Su hija
expressed any
o su hijo le han
concerns
expresado
because of
preocupación
the fact that you're
debido al
recognized
hecho de que
everywhere?
usted la reconocen en todos lados. Espérese,
Sustain.
no conteste.
How will we get at the safety of the family for this hearing?
Entonces,
You're
¿cómo
listening to me, I'm
vamos a
trying to
llegar a la
listen
seguridad
what her concerns are in
de la
that regard.
familia? Tiene que
Part of the
ver con eso.
declaration.
Well, concerns are what's in her mind.
Well, I'm asking what the.
So you're saying that there's a state of mind exception that you're trying to get to?
Yes, there is.
Or rule?
All right. Thank you. Based upon your conversation
Basado en,
with
en su
your
conversación con
children,
sus hijos, ¿y usted?
what is your belief regarding
¿Qué
their
cree usted
concerns
sobre las
about their safety and the
preocupaciones de
safety
ellos
of your grandchildren?
sobre su seguridad de ellos y la de sus nietos y usted?
Sí, tengo mucho miedo. Y mi hija también tiene mucho miedo. Dice que
I'm very scared, and my daughter is also very scared. Mhm.
Has that been one of the problems that you've had?
¿Ese ha
with your
sido uno de
daughter?
los problemas que ha tenido usted con su hija?
Sí.
Yes.
And what has your daughter said to you about that?
¿Y qué le dijo su hija sobre esto?
What's your daughter said
¿Qué
to
es
you
lo que le ha
about
dicho a su
que
hija?
la pueden llegar a matar o robarle sus hijas.
That they could even kill her or steal her children from her.
And when you said
Y
they,
cuando dice
you know what she's talking
podrían
about?
ellos, ¿sabe a quién se refiere?
Sí,
Yes.
Who?
¿A quién?
a la gente contraria.
The people on the other side.
When you talk to
Cuando usted
your daughter and your son,
habla de su
this a matter
hija
that you're
y
very
su
serious
hijo,
about?
¿esta es una cuestión de la cual usted habla muy en serio?
Sí.
Yes.
When you left the state of
Cuando
California
usted
on
salió del
Wednesday,
estado de California el miércoles,
why did you leave?
¿por qué se fue?
Porque así no me miran ya los camareros, ya no van, tal vez no, los reporteros no viéndome allí, la gente dice que ya no estoy, yo les digo a todos que me voy.
Because like that, then the camera people and the reporters won't see me anymore, and then I can tell them that I'm no longer there, that I'm gone.
Are you concerned that you become so
Y
well
le
known that
preocupa a
anybody
usted
on the
que
street?
es usted ahora tan conocida que todo el mundo la contesta.
What is your concern about
¿Cuál es su preocupación con
your picture
respecto
being on television?
a que salga su foto en la televisión?
Que todos me conocen, que todos son a la lavandería, que a cualquier simple parte que vaya me están señalando y me están preguntando del caso de OJ.
That everybody knows me, that wherever I go, whether it's to the laundry, everybody looks at me, they're pointing at me, and they're asking me about OJ's case.
Now, continuing on with the
Vamos
declaration.
a continuar con la declaración.
You say, I want to
Usted
testify
dice, quiero
truthfully,
declarar con la verdad,
but I cannot stand the
pero
stress.
no puedo tolerar la
Exact-
tensión.
Is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
I am a prisoner trapped in my own
Soy una
home.
prisionera en mi propia
I
casa.
cannot go
No
outside.
puedo salir.
Es true, es verdad.
It's true.
I cannot visit my
No puedo
relatives
visitar
in
a
Los
mis parientes
Angeles
en Los Ángeles
for fear that they too will be
por temor
harassed.
de que a ellos también los van a hostigar.
I'm asking whether.
Is there a question?
Counsel, yes, there is a question.
Yes.
Question is that true?
La pregunta es si eso es cierto.
Well, counsel, I've already read the declaration. I know it's there.
Thank you. Just I thought I would ask, since she could not, she's not doing it, Your Honor. She said she couldn't read it.
Porque no
This
pueden
point.
leerlo.
All right.
Entonces,
Now, with regard to
con
the
respecto
National Enquirer,
al National Enquirer,
do you know anybody by the name of Tony Frost?
Thought he was with a star.
no.
Well,
Eh,
they're all the same, but Star, do you know anybody by the name of Tony Frost
Frost? No.
that you can
No.
identify?
No. No.
Now, presently, you have no source of income presently, is that correct?
Ninguna fuente de ingresos, ¿correcto?
Actually, no. Oh. Sustained. I forgot he was on the other side for a moment there.
All right.
Rephrase the question.
Certainly, Your Honor. Do you have any source of income
¿Tiene
presently?
usted alguna fuente de ingresos en este momento? Espérese.
No. No rule.
Este. No.
Has anybody offered you $5,000 or $1 for your testimony in this case?
No.
Do you want any money for testifying?
¿A cambio de declarar? No, sir.
Do you want any money to be brought down here and
¿Que
harassed?
la traigan aquí a hostigar?
No.
No.
Do you want to be left alone?
¿Quiere que la dejen en paz? Yes.
when you finish court today, are you going back to this other state?
¿El tribunal aquí va a regresar al otro estado?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you still plan to leave to go to El Salvador tomorrow?
¿Irse a El Salvador mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about the other lady from Channel 34. Do you recall that?
¿Se recuerda?
Sí.
I
Yes.
want to ask you some questions about that. How long did the conversation last between you and the lady from Channel 34 on last Friday, the 17th?
Algunos 25 minutos o 30, creo yo.
About 25 minutes or 30, I think.
At any time during that conversation, did you ever tell her that your lawyer had suggested that you can go back to El Salvador?
Regresar a El Salvador.
No, yo le dije,
No, I told her.
yo le pregunté a mi abogado si me podía ir y él me dijo que sí.
I asked my lawyer if I could leave, and he said yes.
All right? Now, in the course of this conversation with the lady from Channel 34, did she ever mention the subject of lawyers?
De los abogados.
Ella me dijo
She said to me
que ustedes no me ayudaban, que todo me estaban usando,
all of you were not helping me, that you were using me,
y que por qué no le hablaba a Mr. John,
that why didn't I call Mr. John,
y que ellos me podían dar un abogado del canal que hablara mi idioma,
that they could give me a lawyer from the station who spoke my language
y que me ayudaran.
and to help me.
And when she asked and made this offer of a lawyer from the station, what did you say, if anything?
Le dije que no, que yo tenía que irle a hablar a mi abogado.
I said no, that I was going to call my lawyer.
And did you call your lawyer after that?
Después de eso?
Sí.
Yes.
And you never appeared on camera with this lady, did you?
Con esta señora, ¿verdad?
Or will
No, who's trying the case? It's-
Both are.
one lawyer at a time, though.
That's okay, I can count both of them, that's all right. Now, Your Honor, with regard to, well, it's like that. Now, did you ever tell this lady, the reporter, that you felt abandoned by the defense lawyers because they hadn't contacted you?
Porque ellos no se habían puesto en contacto con usted.
No.
No.
And did this lady suggest that you call your lawyers, or did you call your lawyers on your own?
Usted llamó a sus abogados por su propia voluntad.
Yo lo llamé.
I called them.
Now, in response to a couple of Mr. Darden's questions, in 1994, if you recall, how many times did you go back to El Salvador, if you went back to El Salvador?
Salvador, si es que fue.
Fui en diciembre.
I went in December.
And when you went in December, did you use a particular travel agent?
¿Usó un agente de viajes en particular?
Sí.
Yes.
And which travel agent was
¿El
that?
agente de viajes fue?
De la Panamericana.
Panamericana.
And was that the one on San Fernando Road that you told Mr. Darden about?
¿Usted al señor Darden?
Sí.
Yes.
And what travel agent did you use at that time?
¿Qué agente de viajes usó usted en ese momento?
La misma muchacha.
That same girl.
Zulima?
Zulima.
Now, if you recall,
¿Se recuerda usted?
did you make some reservations to go to El Salvador earlier this month, the month of February?
A principios de este mes de febrero. Espérese.
Or will
Conteste.
Sí.
Yes.
And did you make reservations on a one-way ticket?
¿Reservaciones para un boleto de viaje sencillo?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
All right, you weren't able to use those reservations, were you?
Usar esa reservación, ¿verdad?
No,
No.
And why weren't you able to use them?
porque mi hija me necesitaba.
Because my daughter needed me.
And was she out of town during part of the time?
Fuera de la ciudad durante parte de ese tiempo.
Estaba trabajando en Nueva York.
She was working in New York.
And when did your daughter return back to the Los Angeles area from working in New York?
Después de trabajar en Nueva York.
Porque vino el martes en la noche.
She came on Tuesday night.
And when your daughter was away in New York, who was looking after your grandchildren?
Yo.
I was.
And once your daughter returned from New York, did your daughter start looking after her own children?
¿Empezó a cuidar a sus hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was it that you left to go to this other state?
Para irse al otro estado.
Me fui el miércoles en la mañana.
I left Wednesday morning.
And the airline that you take to
La aerolínea que tomó.
El Salvador is, which airline is it?
¿Cuál es la aerolínea?
Acá.
TACA.
Now, you mentioned that Josefina Rodriguez, is that your niece?
¿Es su sobrina?
Sí.
Yes.
And with regard to your flying back here to Los Angeles last night, did you call my office and tell them where you were?
Para decirnos dónde estaba.
Sí.
Yes.
And was the ticket then sent to you?
Y le mandaron entonces un boleto.
Sí.
Yes.
And is your niece supposed to reimburse us for that ticket?
¿Y su sobrina nos tiene que reembolsar ese boleto?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you saw, did you see the video of Kristen Jeanette Meyer, the young lady from Court TV?
Video de Janet Myers de Court
Were you
TV.
able to see that in court?
Yes.
¿Lo vio aquí? Yes.
When you were talking to her and she walked past you and you were sitting there with your lawyer, was she harassing you in any way?
¿Ella la estaba hostigando a usted de alguna forma?
No.
No.
She have a camera in her hand?
¿Ella llevaba cámara en la mano?
No.
No. I didn't see that.
You reached out and told her that you enjoyed her on Court TV?
Se le acercó y le dijo que le gustaba verla en Court TV.
Se ve bonita.
That she looks pretty.
Did you consider her to be like the people who follow you at your home
¿Ella es como
and
las
at work?
personas que la siguen en su trabajo y en su casa?
No.
No.
And was your lawyer sitting right by you when you talked to her?
¿Estaba sentado junto de usted cuando habló con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And also at lunchtime today,
A la hora del almuerzo el día de hoy.
who was sitting at the table
Sentado en la mesa.
with you at the time that we had our brief conversation,
Tuvimos
you and I?
nuestra breve conversación usted y yo.
Patty McCann.
Patty McCann
Irma.
and Irma.
Yes. Do you see this man here?
Yeah.
And that for the
Yeah.
record, Mr. Howard Harris?
Señor
Yes.
Harris. Yeah.
And do you see a man walking with
¿Vio
me
usted un hombre que iba caminando conmigo?
who appeared to be, strike that.
I was about to object.
Oh, you don't have to object. At the time that, did you see somebody walk in with me when I came in?
¿Viste una vez caminar conmigo
May I ask if you can answer that?
Yes.
Yes.
And did that person stand there and keep people away from me until I left?
Evitando que la gente se me
That
acercara.
probably is. What did you see that person do while I was standing there talking to you?
Mientras yo hablaba con usted.
No me acuerdo. No me fijé bien qué hacía él.
I don't remember. I didn't really pay attention to what he was doing.
And when I left from where you were, when I,
Well, he's here, so we obviously
no, I'm
left.
still downstairs, Mr. Darden. Your Honor, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
When I left, did you see that man leave with me?
¿Y usted que ese señor se fue conmigo?
No me fijé porque me quedé platicando con Irma.
I didn't pay attention because I was talking to Irma.
All right, and when you were sitting with your lawyer this morning in court,
Estaba con su abogado esta mañana en
Mr. Jones, did you feel safe?
el- ¿Se sintió usted segura? Sí. Yes.
Mr. Darden asked you some questions this morning about when you talked to your sister. Remember that?
Con su hermana, ¿se acuerda?
Sí.
Yes.
And has your sister called to one of your relatives here in Los Angeles
¿Alguno de sus parientes aquí en
at any
Los
time in the
Ángeles?
recent past?
Últimamente?
No, a donde estoy ahorita llamó ella.
No, she called at the place where I am now.
All right. Has she talked to your niece or any of your other relatives recently?
Parientes.
Habló con mi sobrina.
She talked to my niece.
All right. You haven't talked to her personally.
¿Ha hablado con ella personalmente? No.
And when you leave on this flight tomorrow night for
Usted se vaya mañana.
El Salvador, what time will you
¿A qué hora
arrive in El Salvador?
va a llegar usted a El Salvador?
Some facts not in evidence and it's leaving.
Oral.
There's been no indication that she's leaving for El Salvador.
Oral.
So tomorrow night.
A las 8 de la mañana voy. Llegando a las 7:45 de la mañana llega el avión.
I will arrive at 8 in the morning. The plane comes in at 7:45 in the morning.
And what time do you leave here?
¿A qué hora se
Los
va a estar
Angeles.
aquí? Sale de Los
El avión
Ángeles.
sale a las 11.
The plane leaves at 11.
And that's on TACA, is that correct?
Es TACA, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Lastly, with regard to the Salingers,
Con respecto a los Salingers.
When Mrs. Salinger told you that if you stayed longer than 2 weeks away, she would hire another housekeeper, that mean to you that perhaps she no longer wanted you?
¿Eso para usted quería decir que ella ya no la quería?
Sí.
Yes.
Speculation. She's right.
It's also leading, sustained, but the answer's already there. All right, ask the question again.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What did you take Ms. Salinger to mean when she told you if you stayed longer than 2 weeks, you stayed longer than 1 week, that she'd look for another housekeeper?
Ella iba a buscar otra housekeeper.
Que ella no me quería.
That she didn't want me anymore.
And that's when you then left?
¿Y es cuando se fue?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you have no other job, do you?
No tiene otro trabajo, ¿verdad? No.
You mentioned to Mr. Darden that you came back from this other state because you felt a duty or an obligation to come and testify. Is that right?
De venir a declarar, ¿correcto?
Sí, no quería que el juez quedara mal con todo el mundo, diciendo que era una mentirosa yo que no venía.
Yes, I didn't want the judge to look bad before everybody and saying that I was a liar and that I didn't come when I was told to.
You had been told you were due here Friday
Me
morning?
dijeron que tenía que estar aquí el viernes
Sí.
en la mañana. Yes.
Is that why you came back?
¿Por eso es que regresó?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you want to testify truthfully here today?
¿Con la verdad aquí el día de hoy?
sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Simpson is not a friend of yours, is
No
he?
es amigo de usted, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
He lived next door to where you live.
Él vive junto a donde usted
Sí.
vivía. Yes.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Ms. Lopez, you wanted to fly out of here and go to another state, is that correct?
¿Va a volar de aquí, correcto? Yes.
How are you going to leave from LAX tomorrow night if you're in another state?
Del aeropuerto de Los Ángeles mañana en la noche si está usted en otro estado.
Me voy a regresar otra vez mañana.
I will come back again tomorrow.
Without telling me where and which state you are headed today, can you tell me whether or not you're going to that state to gamble? To gamble.
Si va a ir usted a ese estado a jugar, juegos de azar.
No tengo dinero ni para comer, señor.
I don't even have money to eat, sir.
I no eating all day.
You don't have money to eat?
No, señor,
No tiene dinero
tengo,
para
porque
comer.
tengo el de mi ticket nada más y quiero ahorrar para mi ticket de mi avión.
No, sir, because I only have enough for the ticket and I want to save it for my airplane ticket.
Do you expect to pay Mr. Jones his legal fees at some point?
So this is improper cross-examination. I never went.
Sustained.
No contesto.
He's already testified when she was going to do that.
You told us that Mr. Cochran sent you a plane ticket.
Cochran le mandó a usted
that
un
correct?
boleto de avión, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. This morning you told us that your niece purchased your plane ticket. Isn't that true? Isn't that what you told us this morning?
No es cierto, no es lo que nos dijo esta mañana.
Yes, we have a yes or no answer, Your Honor.
Doesn't have to be a yes or no. She can explain that answer.
No puede explicar.
Isn't it true that this morning you told us that your niece purchased your plane ticket?
Compré el boleto de avión.
Sí.
Yes.
But now you're telling us that Mr. Cochran purchased your plane ticket, correct?
Overruled.
Correct?
Porque lo tiene que pagar otra vez. Hay que pagarle al señor.
Because she has to pay it back. The man has to be paid.
Si usted me presta $1, yo tengo que pagar para atrás.
If you lend me $1, I have to pay you back.
Mr. Cochran has paid for your plane ticket, correct?
¿Pago el boleto de avión, correcto?
Yo no sé quién no me lo pagó.
I don't know who paid it for me.
Okay. Someone working for,
Alguien que trabaja.
okay. Well, your niece hasn't paid for
Bueno,
it,
su
correct?
sobrina no lo pagaron.
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you say that you're terrified for your family, is that correct?
Aterrorizada por su familia, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But your family hasn't made plans to go to El Salvador, have they?
Porque mi hija es ciudadana norteamericana, ¿quién quiere ser El Salvador?
We have a yes or no
Because my
answer?
daughter is a North American citizen. She has no business in El Salvador.
Motion to strike, Your Honor. It's not a motion.
I'm sorry. It'll stand.
But your daughter has not made plans to go to El Salvador, correct?
¿Ha hecho planes para ir a El Salvador, correcto?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
You told us that you talked to Rosa Maria Villapando for 25 to 30 minutes, correct?
30 minutos, ¿correcto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's your estimate, correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, you weren't watching the clock as you talked to her, correct?
No.
No.
Okay, so it could have been longer than 25 to 30 minutes, correct?
¿Es correcto?
Sí.
I don't know.
Okay, could have been an hour, correct?
Pudo haber sido una hora, ¿correcto?
No lo creo.
I don't think so.
Okay, but you don't know, do you?
Ask it,
No lo sé.
I don't know.
And you don't know because you weren't wearing a watch,
No sabe
correct?
porque no traía puesto reloj, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Were you wearing a watch?
¿Llevaba puesto reloj?
No.
No.
And you never wear a watch, do you?
Nunca usa reloj, ¿verdad?
Cuando quiero.
When I want to.
Okay, you rarely ever wear a watch, correct?
De vez en cuando uso el reloj. ¿Correcto?
Cuando salgo.
When I go out.
You've been videotaped by several news crews out in front of the Salinger's residence, correct?
Equipos de noticias le han sacado video fuera de la casa de los Salingers.
It's Your Honor. She's out.
I'm sorry?
I said, if she's out in front of the residence and she isn't wearing a watch, what's improper about that?
No.
What's
Beyond
improper about
scope.
it?
Beyond the scope.
Counsel asked about time.
No, I know where you're going with this. No, it's beyond the scope.
Okay. You also told us this afternoon that you asked your lawyer if you could leave, and he said yes. Correct?
¿Correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
Was that Mr. Jones or was that Mr. Johnny?
Mr. John.
Okay. He said it was okay to leave town? Okay.
¿Cómo dijo usted?
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Get
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, Mr. Carl John.
Mr. Carl Jones.
Okay. He said it was okay to leave town?
Que usted se podía ir de la ciudad?
Sí.
Yes.
He said it was okay to go to El Salvador?
¿Usted podía irse a El Salvador?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he say it was okay to stay there as long as you liked?
¿Quisiera?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And did he say it would be good if you stayed there
¿Sería bueno si se quedaba
as
usted
long as
ahí
you liked?
todo el tiempo que quisiera?
No.
No.
Someone called a travel agent this afternoon for you?
¿Agente de viajes esta tarde por usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Who called the travel agent?
¿Agente de viajes?
Patty.
Patty?
And who's Patty?
Solo que fuera.
He went outside. ¿Cómo?
Patty Mechanic.
Patty McKenna.
Okay. Mr. McKenna called the travel agent for you?
¿Llamó la agente de viaje por usted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He helped you get your plane
¿Le
ticket?
ayudó a conseguir su boleto de avión?
No, no hemos hablado del boleto de avión.
No, we haven't talked about a plane ticket.
Okay, well, he made reservations for you?
¿Esas reservaciones?
Yo hablé con la muchacha, yo le dije que quería que me reservara mi ticket para mañana.
I talked to the girl. I told her that I wanted her to reserve my ticket for tomorrow.
Okay, and that was after Mr. McKenna called her for you, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Mr. McKenna offer to help pay for your plane ticket?
¿Ofreció ayudar con el pago de su boleto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You also told us this afternoon that you made a reservation earlier this month to go to El Salvador, correct?
¿Correcto?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's a direct contradiction to what you told us this morning, correct?
Esta mañana.
Witnesses answered yes.
Object upon that, which was argumentative.
Overruled.
This stays the evidence, huh?
Overruled.
You asked the question again?
We have the answer.
I don't believe so. Ask the question again. I don't have it in the record.
Okay. This afternoon, you testified that you actually made a reservation earlier this month, correct?
Principios de este mes, ¿correcto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But that contradicts what you told us this morning, doesn't it?
Pues esta mañana no es así. Espere.
Overruled.
Sorry.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Doesn't it?
¿No es así? Yes.
Argumentative because she's not asked whether she made a reservation earlier.
And she was asked if she had made
Yes,
any.
yes, it is, and she's admitted it's contradictory. All right, council, we need to take a brief recess with both the court reporter and the interpreter. We'll stand in recess for 15. All right, Ms. Lopez, you may step down, come back in 15. Unless we're doing exhibits. Yeah, but part of the deal is that they put everything back. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. The defendant's again present before the court with his counsel. People are represented. Ms. Lopez, would you come forward, please?
You have the persons that voted previously in the courtroom.
Yes, they are. All right, record should reflect the presence of our certified Spanish interpreter, Doris Whites. Good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may conclude your recross examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez,
Are you aware that in El Salvador today, that there are many, many billboards that say, if you see Rosa Lopez, call this number?
I don't think it's correct.
Okay. Are you?
What's your offer of proof on that, Mr. Darden? You asking that question?
Pardon?
What's your offer of proof in asking the question?
A member of the press just gave us that information, Your Honor.
The press should be objective, Your Honor.
And if it's true, then it's subjective.
Are they sworn? That's the problem with a question like that.
Are you sworn? I'm asking.
All right, I'm going to
If she speaks to
sustain.
people in El Salvador, maybe she knows this. If
Well,
she
she has
doesn't,
indicated so far that she hasn't talked to anybody in El Salvador in the last 2
lately.
weeks.
Lately.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. This doesn't help me a lot.
You told us this morning, strike that. You mentioned to us a little while ago that a security guard at the unemployment office frightened you in some manner.
¿La asustó de cierta forma?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was it about the security guard that frightened you?
La asustó del guardia de seguridad.
No es que me asuste, sino que no me gusta que me digan una cosa que no lo soy. ¿Para qué me dijo que era la housekeeper de Mr. Simpson? ¿Sí? ¿No?
It's not that it scares me, it's just that I don't like being told something that I'm not. Why does he tell me that I'm Mr. Simpson's housekeeper?
Well, no one has threatened to beat you up or anything, correct?
O hostigarla.
No.
No.
Overruled, she says she's in fear of her personal safety, according to the declaration.
Right? No one has threatened to beat you up, correct?
A mí no.
Not me.
Okay. Okay. And you say that your daughter told you something about the people on the other side?
La gente del otro lado, los contrarios.
No de ustedes, sino que no le gusta.
Not about
Tiene
you,
miedo.
but that she doesn't like it. She's afraid.
But she told you that
Cuando ella le dijo,
you should be concerned about the people on the other side, correct?
preocupar de los contrarios, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who are the people on the other side?
Los de la otra parte, los contrarios. I don't know.
Okay. Are they black people?
¿Los negros?
No. Yo no sé.
No, I don't know.
No me especifico.
She didn't specify.
What else do you have? So no one has threatened you with any physical harm, correct?
Físicos, correcto.
Correct?
Correcto.
Pero muchas de mis amistades dicen que tenga mucho cuidado porque este caso está muy difícil y que me pueden llegar a matar.
But many of my friends tell me to be very careful because this case is very difficult and that I could even be killed.
But no one has threatened you with physical harm.
Pero nadie
Correct.
se le ha amenazado con daños físicos, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
When you spoke to your lawyer, did he tell you that you could testify on tape?
¿Testificar en grabación, en cinta?
Sí.
Yes.
And did he tell you that you could do that
Podría hacer eso.
and not be required to testify in open court?
Y no tener la necesidad de declarar en el tribunal?
Sí.
Yes.
And that's really what you would rather do, correct?
Y eso es lo que usted preferiría hacer, ¿correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You'd rather testify on tape than have to testify in front of all of these people, correct?
All what people, they're all here. That question is vague and uncertain,
Well,
definite, ambiguous, and double.
Well, you understand the question?
¿Entiende la pregunta?
No.
No.
Rephrase the question.
well, when you testify on tape, if you know, who else will be present?
¿Quién estaría presente si es que sabe usted?
No sé.
I don't know.
Okay. Is it your understanding that it'll only be you and the judge and the lawyers?
¿Los abogados?
No sé.
I don't know.
Why would you rather testify on tape?
Quería, pero ahora ya todos me están viendo aquí, ¿para qué me voy a ir?
I wanted to, but now everybody's looking at me here, so why should I leave?
My point exactly, nothing further.
With regard to your statement about why should you leave, do you still want to go to El Salvador?
¿Se quiere ir a El Salvador?
Sí, señora.
Yes, sir. And I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving tomorrow.
And do you have a place to stay in Los Angeles, California, a place where you can spend the night
¿Dónde
even?
puede pasar la noche?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And your daughter came back on Tuesday night from New York. Remember you testified about that?
¿Declaró usted eso?
When she came back Tuesday from New York, your daughter?
¿Martes de Nueva York, su hija?
Sí.
Yes.
The two of you had an argument at that point, is that correct?
Tuvieron una discusión en ese momento, pero no conteste.
All right. Did the two of you have an argument that night?
Ustedes dos tuvieron.
No, that's not leading, counsel.
Yes. Yes.
And after that, did you have any place to stay here in Los Angeles Tuesday night?
De Los Ángeles en
No,
en la
dormí en
noche.
la calle.
No, I slept on the street,
And in what did you sleep in?
En el carro.
in the car.
And after, if tonight in Los Angeles, do you have any place you can go and sleep tonight?
No.
Is that why you're going to go back to that other state tonight?
¿A ese otro estado esta noche?
Yes.
Yes.
All the while you're working at the Salingers, when you weren't at work with the Salingers, where did you live?
Con los Sanitors, ¿dónde vivía?
Con mi hija.
With my daughter.
And your dispute,
Y su
an argument with your daughter, is over what?
pelea con su hija es con relación a qué?
Por el caso este.
Because of this case, coming to testify.
And because of this case, you have no place to stay. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you talk to Mr. Jones about whether or not you could go to El Salvador, tell us what, if anything, you asked Mr. Jones about going to El Salvador.
Señor Jones, sobre ir a El Salvador.
Yo le dije si me podía ir a El Salvador porque estaba tengo mucha presión con este caso y que yo me quería ir a El Salvador. Él me dijo, sí, me puedo ir cuando usted quiera. Usted no es prisionera de este país, usted se puede ir a donde usted quiera.
I asked him if I could go to El Salvador because I have a lot of pressure because of this case, and he said to me, you can go whenever you want to. You are not a prisoner in this country.
Después que testificar aquí.
But after I testified here.
All right. And is that why you came back here voluntarily today? Because you promised your lawyer you'd come back to appear before Judge Ito?
Yes.
And ma'am, if we don't finish these proceedings today,
esto hoy.
And you had to come back on Monday. Do you have any place to stay this weekend?
¿Tiene dónde quedarse el fin de
No,
semana?
y yo no quiero volver el lunes para acá.
No, and I don't want to come back here on Monday.
All right, do you want to come back in a couple of months to testify in this case?
No, señor, yo no quiero volver acá.
No, sir, I don't want to come back here.
And why is that?
¿Por qué es eso?
Porque no quiero volver a este país donde que todos me conocen, todos me miran y yo ya no quiero volver a testificar. Yo no quiero. Yo dije que venía ahora a testificar. Era ahora.
Because I don't want to come back here where everybody knows me, everybody looks at me. I don't want to come back to testify. I said that I would come today, and I came today, but I don't want to testify again.
And are you still afraid for your personal safety?
¿Por su seguridad personal?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
A couple of questions, Your Honor.
Couple.
Ms. Lopez, you have a lot of respect for Judge Ito, don't
¿Usted
you?
tiene mucho respeto por el juezito, no es así? Sí. Yes.
If he provides you with a plane ticket,
Y si él le da un boleto de avión
hotel room,
y un cuarto de hotel,
and if he orders you to return to
y
El
yo tengo
Salvador
que
to
regrese
testify,
usted a El Salvador a declarar,
will he return?
¿regresaría usted?
Me parece mucho, señor juez, pero no vengo.
I like you very much, Your Honor, but I won't come back.
Me voy a otro país, señor.
I will go to another country, sir.
Y lo respeto muchísimo.
And I respect you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Gracias, señor.
Did your lawyer tell you to tell the judge that you will not come
¿Le dijo
back?
usted que le diga al juez que no regresara? Espérese. Diga.
No.
No.
Those two things. You understand Mr. Cochran's objection?
¿Entendió usted la objeción del señor Cochran?
No.
No.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, when you go back to El Salvador, where will you stay?
¿En dónde se va a quedar? I have my home in El Salvador.
Can we have that question? I don't know what she did. I'm concerned about security with regard to the response to that. Of course, she can answer, but I don't know what the court's.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have a place to stay when you go to El Salvador?
¿Cuándo regrese a El Salvador?
Tengo mi casa.
I have my home there.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Lopez. I'm going to excuse you from the witness stand at this time. I'm going to ask you to wait outside in the hallway. And Mr. Cochran, sorry, Mr. Jones, would you sit with her out in the hallway, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I'm willing to approach that. I want to look for it.
Right. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will next call Mr. Reynolds, sitting in the witness. His name is Zulima Aida.
For the record, Your Honor, it was just a few moments ago, or when her name was mentioned, that the people were advised that this witness would be testifying in this hearing. We received no discovery,
I have no discovery.
and we received very little information in terms of what this witness is expected to testify to, and so I object to counsel calling her at this time.
Noted. Overruled. All right, ma'am, would you step over here, stand over here by the projector here? Would you face the court clerk and raise your right hand, please?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pleading before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record. Thank you.
Right. All right, good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please state and spell your name?
Spell my name?
State and spell your name, please.
Okay, my name is Zulema, and it's spelled Zulema.
And what is your last name?
My last name is Ida, Iida.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you very kindly. Miss Ida, when is the first time we ever met?
Today, right by the door?
A short time ago in the hallway there?
Yes.
Is that right? And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a travel agent,
And by whom are you employed?
Pan Americana Travel System.
And where is your office? Where's it located?
The address?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 6344 San Fernando Road in the city of Glendale.
And did you see the lady who just went out in the hall just before you came in, whose name is Rosa Maria Lopez? Do you know her?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Rosa Lopez?
Because she buys tickets from me to go to El Salvador.
And over what period of time have you come to know Rosa Lopez, if you can tell us?
For almost a year, about a year.
And do you recall that she has purchased more than one ticket to El Salvador? for you?
Yes.
And is that through Pan Americana Travel System?
Yes.
How long have you worked at that travel system?
That specific location for 1 year.
All right. And before that, did you work for some other location for the same company?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the other time or times that Ms. Lopez has purchased tickets, do you remember what country she was going to?
Yes.
And what country was that?
El Salvador.
And do you remember what airline she flew on?
TACA or United.
All right. In that connection, if you recall, did you have occasion to make any reservations for Ms. Rosa Lopez at any time during the first part of February to go to El Salvador?
Yes.
And when was that? When did you make those reservations, if you recall?
It was about beginning of February that she wanted to leave on 15th of February just one way.
15th of February?
Yes.
That was a Wednesday. And did you make any reservations for her?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember what airline those were made on?
Not exactly, but I think TACA or United.
All right. And obviously she didn't go on February 15th, is that
No.
correct? Those reservations expired?
Yes.
All right. You received a call over the lunch hour from a Mr. Pat McKenna, did you today?
Yes.
And were you asked to come down to court this afternoon?
Yes.
At my request, have you had occasion to check to determine whether or not there is a flight to El Salvador tomorrow night leaving Los Angeles International Airport at about 11 o'clock p.m.?
Yes, the
And what airline is that on?
United.
And is there also a TACA flight?
Yes.
There are two flights, one TACA, one United?
There's several.
Okay, several flights?
Mm-hmm.
And is there a nonstop flight tomorrow night?
I believe this flight, it's nonstop that leaves tomorrow night.
And is that flight, and at my request, did you check to see if there was a nonstop flight available to El Salvador, leaving Los Angeles International Airport tomorrow night? That there are tickets available or seats available?
Yes, there are.
On the other occasion or occasions that you recall, Ms. Lopez traveling with your agency, do you recall how she paid for her fare?
Yes,
And how did she?
cash.
And with regard to flying either on TACA or United, are you able to pay for the tickets on the same day that you leave if seats are available?
Yes.
And if you can tell us the approximate fare one way to El Salvador from Los Angeles International Airport.
About 317.
All right.
It varies.
All right, varies. It's 300 plus, is that correct?
Correct.
And that, if one had that amount of money and there are seats available tomorrow night
Yes.
on that flight,
Yes.
what time would that flight arrive in El Salvador? If you know.
6 a.m., 6:10 a.m.
Very well, and you came down per our request without a subpoena, is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you very kindly.
Do you have one moment, Chairman?
Certainly. The counsel indicating that the real-time computer on their desk has frozen. Court reporters indicate that after the tripod fell on this court reporter's machine that it's been freezing.
There wasn't around?
No, I don't believe so. The testimony was rather brief, though.
What they do before they had real time. They get loose.
Slight technical problem here.
Okay. How long have you been working at that travel agency?
1 year.
1 year?
Yes.
And during that year, you've learned to book flights on to Salvador?
Yes.
And what airlines do you book flights to Salvador with?
United, TACA, Aviateca, LATSA. Those are the most that I use.
And Salvador, that's a pretty popular destination place. You book a lot of flights to Salvador?
Yes.
Do you have any records of the reservations you made for Rosa Lopez on February 15th?
No, because we changed the same reservation.
So you don't have any paperwork to show that you made that reservation on February 15th, is that right?
That's right.
And ordinarily, when you make reservations for a flight to Salvador, you fill out some kind of a ticket form, don't you?
Yes and no, because when you know, you just go straight to the computer and you just fill in all the information directly to the computer.
Right. And you type it right into the computer and that goes straight to the airline, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay, and so you would have done that for Rosa Lopez on February 15th, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And so you should be able to pull up some record, if you wanted to print out the activity that you did for the month of February, that printout should show a reservation that you made for Rosa Lopez on February 15th, isn't it?
Not if you cancel it, or if you make changes to the reservation.
Okay, if you canceled it, then wouldn't you have some record of the fact that it was canceled, that the reservation was made and canceled?
I don't think so.
How many times have you booked flights for Rosa Lopez in the past year to Salvador?
To be honest, I don't know the exact number, but probably 2 or 3.
Okay, and when did you book those?
One that I remember was in November.
Okay, and when in November?
The date, middle of November.
You don't remember the date?
No.
And did she go on that, did she actually go to Salvador on that occasion?
Yes, because she had the ticket.
And what airline did she fly on?
At that time was, I believe, TACA or United.
And she came back after that? And did she fly again?
After she came back, no.
Did she go earlier in the year?
What I remember, no.
So she only, from the time that you've been working at that agency, during the year of 94, she went once, and she went in November, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any, well, let me ask you this. In this month of February, how many reservations have you made in general for El Salvador?
For Rosa?
No.
For
in
general. It's hard to say. Over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Yes.
Over 1,000. Do you remember the names of all the people you booked those to?
Just few.
Okay, how is it you remember Rosa Lopez?
Because she calls me on the phone, and she always calls me to find out how the price is, and she wants to come and get the ticket when the price is down.
When did you first get the call to come to court today?
This morning at about 12.
And who called you?
Pat, I think his name, yes.
Pat McKenna?
Yes, I think so.
And did he tell you that he wanted you to come in and testify that you booked Rosa Lopez a flight on February 15th?
Well, do you understand the question, ma'am?
Would you repeat the question?
I'm sorry.
Would you repeat the question?
Yes. I can't. Did Mr. McKenna tell you that he wanted you to come in and testify that Rosa Lopez booked a flight to Salvador with you on February 15th?
No, I don't think so.
Well, what did he tell you?
He told me that he wanted me to come to court, and he asked me questions about her, that when she was leaving, and
What did he ask you?
he asked me what airline she was leaving, at what time.
Did he ask if you remembered that she had booked a flight with you earlier this month?
Yes, yeah, I think so. He asked me.
Is that what he asked you?
Yes.
And did he also ask you whether you remembered canceling that reservation?
Yes, when Rosa called, we made a reservation. We usually make reservations, and the passenger changes her mind. In this case, like in Rosa, she changed her mind for the 15th of February. Then we book a round trip reservation.
And who told you the date was February 15th?
Well, Rosa.
Rosa, she told you?
Yeah.
When did she tell you that? Today?
Today, and also when she called, that was, I think, beginning of February.
When did you talk to Rosa today?
What time? You mean what time?
Yes, what time?
It was about noontime.
Read back. I'm sorry.
So, Madam Reporter.
What time yesterday was that, anytime?
And you spoke to Rosa Lopez on the telephone?
Yeah, yes.
And after that, did you speak to Mr. McKenna?
You mean Pat? Pat?
Yes.
Yes.
So first you spoke to Rosa Lopez, is that right?
Right.
And then you spoke to Pat McKenna, is that right?
Yes.
When Rosa talked to you, did she tell you that she wanted you to come in and testify that she had booked a flight earlier this month for Salvador?
Well, she's always talking about her flights, and I believe she did.
Well, but when she talked to you today,
Yes.
did she ask you to come to court and testify that you booked a flight for her to Salvador earlier this month?
Yes.
And did she tell you what date she wanted you to testify to?
Well, when she called, she told me she wanted to leave on the 15th of February.
No, I'm talking about your conversation with her today.
Oh, today? Yeah, she reminded me about that.
She reminded you. And
Yes.
she told you to say that it was on February 15th when you came to court, is that right?
She didn't say that.
Object, Your Honor.
Object to the form of that question.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
Ms. Davis.
Overruled. Why don't you restate the question?
Did she tell you to say it was on February 15th that you booked the flight for her?
Yeah, she reminded me, yes.
She told you to come in and tell that to the court, is that right?
Object, that's not what she said. She said she reminded me.
Overruled. I heard, counsel, I heard the testimony. Let's finish this. Yes.
Did you?
Yeah, she reminded me.
Okay. Because you didn't know that on your own.
Not really, no.
Now, isn't it true that you have actually booked a flight to El Salvador for Rosa Lopez due to leave on March the 15th and return on March the 20th?
Yes.
And which airline is that?
United.
United. Can you tell us how much that ticket is?
At this moment, it's about $452, including taxes.
That round trip?
That's a round trip.
Good deal.
And that, I'm sorry, what was that amount again?
$452.
All right, that's a round trip fare?
Yes.
And what's the one-way fare?
About 320 or 315, including taxes.
Mm-hmm. And did you tell Mr. Cochran about this round trip ticket you booked for Rosa Lopez in March to and from El Salvador?
Yes.
You told him about that, did you?
Yes.
And when did you tell him about that?
Today.
Today, when you talked to him at noon?
Yes.
Okay, now has that ticket been paid for, that round trip ticket?
No.
Do you have a requirement that it be paid for within 24 hours of the reservation?
Yes. To keep the fare, the price of the fare.
To keep the price of the fare, but the reservation still stands, isn't that right?
That's right.
So as of now, Rosa Lopez is scheduled to fly out to El Salvador on March the 15th and return on March the 20th to Los Angeles. Isn't that right?
As of right now, we made a change. She's leaving tomorrow night. One-way ticket.
And when did that change occur?
Today.
What time today?
And around noontime, right after I talked to her.
After she called you and asked you to come to court?
Yes.
And that was after noon?
Yes, when I talked to her.
Mm-hmm. I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
David, the reservations that you referred to that were for March, whatever date it was in March, when were those reservations made?
Would you repeat the question?
The reservations that you were just talking to Ms. Clark about that you'd said were made like in March, that was a round trip for $400+?
Yes.
You know when those reservations were made?
21st of February.
All right, and then with regard to that, the reservations that were made at the 1st of February,
Yes.
when was that? That was a round trip ticket or a one-way ticket?
The first time we made the reservation was a one-way ticket.
All right. And with Ms. Clark asked you some questions about whether or not your memory was reminded or refreshed by Rosa Lopez. Do you recall that you actually made those reservations for the 1st of February?
I recall.
All right.
Yeah.
And what's your best recollection of the date that Ms. Lopez was supposed to leave to go from LAX to El Salvador?
Well, 15th of February.
All right. And then she did not take that trip, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then with regard to the reservations that she asked you about on March, what was the date you recall?
March. I'm sorry, what is that?
What was the date in March?
When she wants to leave?
Yes.
I believe it's 13th of March.
All right. And do you know whether or not that ticket's ever been paid for?
Those tickets have not been paid for.
They've not been paid for?
No.
And they were made on February 21st?
They were made on February 21st.
And if you don't pay for them within 24 hours, what happens to the tickets or the reservations?
The reservation remains there, and the price may go up or may go down.
All right. The only way you reserve the actual fare is you pay for it within 24 hours of the date that you make the reservation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the 21st of February was last Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes, I think
And
so.
Now, you indicated in response to Ms. Clark's questions that Ms. Lopez has asked you, and she now has reservations on a flight leaving here tomorrow night?
Correct.
And what's that fare?
One-way fare for tomorrow night will be $297 and 14, about $320, something like that.
$320?
Yes.
And when does that have to be paid for by?
24 hours or tomorrow.
All right, so it was made today, so you have to pay for it either in 24 hours or before
Tomorrow.
the flight?
Before the flight.
All right. The other reservations for later in March, she'll take whatever she can get if she tries to use those later. Is that correct? If she hasn't paid for them now?
Say that again?
Sure. With regard to that, she's not paid for those tickets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so the reservations will still stand, but there are no tickets. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. And that was made on February 21st.
That's right. That's correct.
And that was made after the reservations you testified about that were made in the first part of February. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or February 15th?
February, sometime in beginning of February.
All right. Do you know of anything that unusual happened in Rosa Lopez's life on February 21st? Did she talk to you about that at all?
Objection.
Can you answer that? She knows?
Hearsay.
Anything unusual? That's hearsay.
Did she tell you anything?
You can say yes or no. Did Rosa Lopez?
What's irrelevant?
I can link it up. May I proceed?
I asked the question, but I'm suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Did Rosa Lopez tell you anything at all when she made the reservations on February 21st, if you recall?
Thank you. No.
All right. Were those reservations made through you?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very kindly. Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, very briefly.
What time in the morning does your agency open?
9 in the morning.
9 in the morning. And as of 9 this morning,
Yes.
the reservations you had for Rosa Lopez were a round-trip ticket to El Salvador and to return to Los Angeles in March of this year. Is that right?
That's right.
Were you watching these proceedings in court this morning?
No.
You didn't. Do you have a television set in your agency?
No.
Were you listening to it on the radio?
No.
The tickets from February 21st for March were never paid for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the past, Rosa Lopez, has she made reservations in the past? And they've also not been paid for by the time of flight?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
What's the question?
In the past, has Rosa Lopez made other reservations other than the one in February, the early part of February, which was February 15th, in which she did not take that particular flight?
You mean she made a reservation
It didn't go.
and didn't go? Yes.
That's happened in the past.
It happened in the past. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Clark? All right, Ms. Ida, thank you very much for coming. You're now excused. Mr. Cochran, anything else for the, on behalf of the moving party?
I'm not aware of this.
All right. Anything on behalf of the opponents? Sure. Mr. Darden? All right. I'll hear argument from the proponent.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The court has heard the testimony and, as usual, has been patient with regard to the evidence that's been presented. The court has for its consideration Ms. Rosa Maria Lopez, a lady who has relevant testimony to give in this case. She's an important witness for the defense, I think, by all accounts. That's why both sides are fighting, it seems, so vigorously. The question is whether or not the proponent has met their burden with regard to showing that there's a reasonable likelihood that she's going to leave this jurisdiction. The evidence to me seems to be clear, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez is a woman whose face has been broadcast even through counsel's examination, literally around the world, by virtue of the great interest in this case. I suppose that the individuals who framed 1335 probably didn't have this case in mind, as did, I think, anybody could have had this case in mind. Here's a lady who's a housekeeper, who has no other means of support, whose family has been torn asunder by the fact that she witnessed something that will bear on Mr. Simpson's innocence. And that may not be fair to her, but she has acted, it seems to me, out of a sense of duty. She's had a lawyer, Mr. Jones, who's advised her throughout. And it seems to me that the court has to look at the things that's happened to this lady. She had a job of some 3 years with the Salingers. She doesn't have that job anymore. This isn't a wealthy lady, Your Honor, where you work for 3 years with a family who, by and large, was pretty happy with you. But I would suspect, and I think it's reasonable, that when this case comes into your life, things happen and things change. We've all seen what this has done to our lives and to witnesses' lives, which is even more important. The Salingers, she said, have not been happy with the fact they've come about. The fact that Mr. Darden brings out there's a gate out there has of no consequence. She's the housekeeper. The fact that gate may be closed on one day, that doesn't mean the press, she's not been a virtual prisoner in her home on occasions. She works out there perhaps 5 days a week. But when this case started, she had a son and a daughter, Your Honor. Her family wasn't torn asunder. And when she goes home to her daughter's house, the problems have started. The daughter says that you brought the press to us. The whole fact that we have this tape from Channel 34 is because the press found this lady. The courts read this statement Mr. Darden gave us. They said, in the community, we found her. This lady wanted anonymity. That's all she's ever asked for. She didn't ask to be thrust in the spotlight, and it's outrageous that she's been treated like some kind of a criminal when she is a witness in this case. It's outrageous. And so what happened is that she's out minding her own business last Friday. She is apparently accosted. She has a conversation with a lady. She then calls her lawyers. A declaration is done. And I went through certainly the key portions of that declaration, and specifically paragraph 7. It is not required that she believes that somebody's going to walk up or somebody threatens her with physical violence. She says she's afraid. She's afraid for her life. She's afraid for the safety of her family, that her daughter told her, if you go and testify in that case, I'm not going to be your daughter anymore, and you're not going to see your grandchildren anymore. And her daughter apparently meant it. Because when her daughter came back from working in New York on Tuesday, Your Honor, Rosa Lopez was thrown out. Rosa Lopez spent the night in her car on Tuesday night. On Wednesday, she left the state. Now, to her everlasting credit, despite what the people think, this lady called on her own yesterday to Mr. Jones in the afternoon. And the court's aware of that because when I got a call at 5 o'clock, we made arrangements to bring her back here today. She's back. She was in another state. She has no place to live here. She doesn't have her daughter anymore. Her family's been torn asunder. And now we're being told that, well, gee, if you go to El Salvador, they'll know about you there. As though there's a reason. You know, if this is a case about the search for truth, why not let her testify? Why should her life be ruined? Some of us have to be here every day because this is our job. But she is an unwitting and unwilling participant. And it seems to me, well, this court has discretion and wisdom and judgment. This is the kind of call that we ask you to make. This is a witness, and the message we send to all these witnesses will set the standard for how people should be treated and whether or not they want to become involved in this system. Rosa Lopez's testimony will rise or fall on what she has to say on the critical events of June 12, 1994. The people seem to want to fight that. They seem to be very afraid of what she may say at that time. She's a witness, and Mr. Simpson's behalf, we have to bring this motion. If a witness says to us, and her declaration says, I am going to El Salvador and I'm not coming back. And it seemed to me that perhaps the most relevant testimony was a couple of Mr. Darden's very key questions at the end. He asked, you have great respect for Judge Ito. She says, yes, I do. I like him very much. But I'm not coming back because I've had it. And Judge, if you put yourself in her place, who'd want to come back and be subjected to all kind of questions? When all you come in and say is, look, I'm afraid for my safety. Who among us can say she's not telling the truth? None of us can do that. She says, I have nothing to do with this case except I'm a witness, and I'm afraid for my safety. I want to go back to my homeland where I have a home. I don't have a home in Los Angeles. I don't want to reveal to you where I had to go the other day when I flew back here tonight. And I want to go back to that place. My bags are packed for over a month, she says. And then we bring in a travel agent who she's dealt with. I think it's of no moment she has a reservation in March or whatever. Travel agent said she made a reservation for February 15th she couldn't keep. And we know that her daughter was out of town. When her daughter came back, the split occurred, and now she wants to go. But in the final analysis, it's Rosa Lopez who this court has to believe. If she says, I'm not coming back, I'm leaving, I think you can believe that. Here's a woman who didn't have to come back today. That's the point. They can never get over this point. We did not know where she was until she called Mr. Jones yesterday afternoon because of the split with her daughter. She came back on her own and said, I will come, I will testify, I want to resolve it today. But again, Judge, is it her fault that everything in this case takes much longer than we anticipate? So do we say to Rosa Lopez, okay, you're a good citizen. If you felt the duty, you came back. Now I'm going to make you stay here till Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday? She doesn't want to do that, and that's not fair. So I would ask the court to grant this motion. And I asked her, and Darden asked her, and she said not only does she doesn't want to come back on Monday, she didn't want to come back in 3 months. The court's aware of the law. If we lose her, she's a relevant, important witness in this case in the search for justice. So I don't know how we can afford to lose her under the circumstances. But on the other hand, I don't think this court can lock her up. This is a voluntary witness who came back here on her own with the understanding she said, I want to get this over with in one day and go on with my life. And she has a right. She is a free citizen that she should be able to go where she wants to go under the circumstances. She's made her claim, and I trust the court will believe what she's had to say, that she's in fear. And I think the court can read and look at this woman. You saw her tearful testimony with regards to what she had to say. This woman is afraid. She doesn't want to be here. She didn't want a picture blasted all over the place. She had a different conception of what it meant to have your testimony taken. And she thought, I believe that it was the judges, the lawyers, and whatever. But even when she got here today and saw the fact that there was a camera here, she still said, I'm willing to try and testify. But I want to testify today. I don't want to have to come back in the future. I want to say what I have to say and get it over with. She said she's under great stress. And also I'd point out to the court that the testimony unrebutted is that there's a problem of a history of heart ailments with this family. She has every reason to want to go to El Salvador. That's her home. It's the only home she has in the world, Your Honor. She's lost her job. She has no money. She has no place to stay. She has a son who's entombed in a temporary grave. I mean, what more do we want? She has a sister who is ill. Now, who among the prosecution can be so heartless as to stand up here and say, well, let's make her come back? Well, maybe there's one or two, but we'll see. But at any rate, it seems to me that in this situation, this lady has made her case, Your Honor, and we should be permitted to have a conditional examination. I do not think that she'll be seen again. And I don't know who could blame her under those circumstances. And the alternative is for this court to hold her against her will. Where's she going to stay? Her daughter won't take her in because of this case. Her daughter feels that there's fear. Now, you may believe that the daughter's fear is unreasonable, but if somebody believes that, Your Honor, you can't talk them into that. We have to consider the totality of the circumstances. And I think the proponent has met their burden. And I would respectfully ask the court that to make a decision to allow us to preserve her testimony. And keep this in mind, Your Honor. And what we do with regard to Rosa Lopez, it says something to all the witnesses who would otherwise come forward in any case in America. It says they're going to be treated with some kind of dignity. They're going to be treated fairly. They're not going to be treated as though they've lied about every little thing. If somebody says they want to go to El Salvador because they want to get away from this case, I don't know how unreasonable that is. And they want to give their testimony and not have to come back down here again and be subjected to this.
Mr. Cochran, would you address what appear to the court to be several contradictions in the record as far as Ms. Lopez is concerned? For example, the declaration that she has been harassed by the news media and that it is this harassment that is the major component of her desire to leave the United States, yet she voluntarily consents to a interview with Ms. Villapando. She indicates an interest in the various television coverages, that she recognizes some of the television reporters here. And I have to tell you, I don't know who that woman was. I don't watch court TV. I don't have cable TV.
All right.
I had no idea who that person was. She knows who it is. That she saw that as a personality, somebody that she liked and enjoyed. It shows, to me, an interest in the press and not a fear of the press. The contradictory statements that she has made about when she is going to leave the country. The statement made by Carl Jones that on as early as last week, that he had no knowledge that his client was going to be leaving the country, or that she had expressed anything like that. The contradictory statement to the Salingers that she was going to immediately leave to go to El Salvador, which she did not do. The contradictory statements that she made today regarding when she made the reservations to leave, the fact that she did not disclose the reservations in March, In fact, she denied having any other arrangements. I mean, there are a number of contradictions in what she has said, and that concerns me about the credibility of her statement that she now intends to go today no matter what.
All right, let me address those, please. Thank you. With regard to the press, first of all,
I think there's probably 3 or 4 more. That
well, feel free to. It's fine.
It's just off the top
Okay,
of my
whatever
head.
number you want to bring, I'm more than happy to answer them. First of all, I think that even Your Honor has friends in the press, people that you trust. Well, you did at one point, Your Honor. Let me point this out. You can trust, I'm not trying to hurt the guy, but all of us have people that we may respect or admire in the press at one time or other. Even wise people make mistakes regarding the press. As I understood, and we saw the tape, let's just take that incident, and I want to put it in perspective of where it should be. She's sitting on a bench back there with her lawyer. She feels safe. Kristen Jeanette Meyer walks past. She recognized and said something like, "You're pretty. I've seen you on television," something like that. This lady, I think there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean that you hate all the press. Kristen Jeanette Meyer did not have a camera running after her, asking her a bunch of questions. She was walking past. Ms. Lopez instituted that. Does that mean she didn't want to go to El Salvador? Does that mean that she doesn't have a fear of what the press has done to her life? I think not, Your Honor. I mean, if you look at that for what it is, that was one person she recognized with her lawyer sitting, hopefully in the sanctity and some safety in this particular courtroom, when she says, "You're a pretty lady on television, I recognize you." Now, the fact that some of us may not see court TV or know who Kristen Jeanette Meyer was, she recognized her. In response to Mr. Darden's question, she said she'd seen some portion of the preliminary hearing. But I don't see any contradiction between that and the fact that she is terrified or concerned about the press and what the press has done to her life, what the press has done to her daughter, what her daughter thinks the press is going to do. I mean, Judge, you perhaps, and we have become used to the press outside your doors all the time. But for regular people who have their regular lives, they don't like that. They like to go when they please. And when it brings problems in the family, that's what we're talking about. So let's just take that, and I think that's an answer with regard to that. Now, secondly, you asked a question about Mr. Jones' statement. Mr. Jones, as I understand it, talked to her as often as he could in talking to her. And at one point, and I've never heard any testimony about whether or not he said that or not, but let's assume that that was at some point in February he said he didn't know.
Well, if you recall, she acknowledged under cross-examination by Mr. Darden that she had heard Mr. Jones say on the 17th that he had been in contact with her and had no knowledge of her any plans to leave.
All right.
That's the state of the record.
Okay, that's fine. We did not. What I meant, we didn't call Mr. Jones on this issue. We'd be here all day.
That was an acknowledgement by the client, and he's speaking for the client.
In that connection, in the court recall, there had been some earlier declarations in this regard. On the 17th of February, because this addresses that issue, so a declaration prepared by Mr. Jones in talking with his client, with a Spanish interpreter there, where she spells out this fear. The 17th was apparently a pretty frightening day, by all accounts for her. She had hidden out again, Judge. She had lost the job now with the Salingers. Keep that in mind. I mean, she loses the job. I mean, does that mean anything to any of us? That she's lost her livelihood. She's lost the job. She's at home at her daughter's house. Her daughter is saying, "You get involved in this case, and you're out of here." Channel 34 says they go out and they do a community service. They find her. And all these cameras and everything then show up. There was no interview as such. As I understood it, Ms. Villapando gained her confidence or whatever and came inside the house and then tried to talk to her. She then went on camera. Rosa Lopez did not go on camera. Ms. Villapando then talked to her and made this statement. And some members of the press perhaps are nicer than others. But there's no interview by Rosa Lopez. And again, she's never said, "I hate all members of the press." What she said is, "I hate what the press has done to me and my family." There's some nice people out there, Your Honor. And I look back and I see some of the nice ones. But collectively, it's what they become when they want to get a story. And Rosa Lopez is a hot story. So that with regard to that, I see that of no particular moment or consequence. Now, with regard to Rosa Lopez as a witness on the stand, the court had an opportunity to observe her. And certainly, you have in mind her testimony. This lady said she had made reservations through this company, Pan Americana. I heard that, and I went and checked that, and she gave the name of the street, and absolutely she was right. She had said at one point in Mr. Darden's examination that she'd made some reservations, and in fact, she hadn't made those reservations. But from the 17th, when she did that declaration, she's always been clear, "I am leaving by tomorrow." And the reason why I thought Zulema Aida was important was, Judge, again, you have to look at Rosa Lopez and look at her history. Some people, Judge, are not frequent flyers. They don't go and buy their tickets a month in advance and stick by it. Some people try to get the best rate. Some people, it seems to me, according to Ms. Aida, make reservations and don't always comply with them. Some people, when flights are available and they say they're going to go, they do it and do it that day. Now, we know from Ms. Aida, she now has reservations to that effect. She was out of town until 1:30 this morning, Your Honor. She slept for no more than 2.5 hours, then met with lawyers, and has been here since before 9 o'clock this morning. So the court has to consider the totality of her testimony with regard to whether or not she's impeached on any point or whatever. The court saw the things that she had to say. The purpose of this hearing was not to tear into Rosa Lopez Day, as the court understands. The purpose of this hearing was to determine whether or not her testimony should be preserved based upon what she has to say. And I keep coming back to the point. She is the one that one has to listen to, not the DAs, not any other witness. She is the one, when she says to you, I like you, I respect you, but I'm not coming back here. I want to get out of here. Darden asked her several different ways. Well, what if the DA's office, or what if the judge, out of his budget, pays for her to put her up? And that's an admission, Judge. This lady has no place to stay. She has no place to go by virtue of this case. And so we're going to tar and feather her? I mean, it frightens, it shocks me. Think of the message we want to send around America to witnesses, to this innocent lady who comes in here and wants to go to El Salvador to rebury her son, to look after her sick sister, to go to the only place she has a home, to go to her homeland where she is franchised when she's been thrown out of her daughter's home, and come here on her own from another state. I think she deserves a lot more credit than it seems to me she's been given. If the court will remind me of the other issue, I perhaps didn't get it. I'll be glad to respond to it.
Well, just the various contradictions that she had conceded.
I don't know that she concealed these contradictions.
Conceded. She conceded.
Oh, I'm sorry, conceded. I think with regard to, Judge, there's a jury instruction which talks about innocent misrecollection or witnesses. I want you to compare these misrepresentations or any concealments or any conceding things she's conceded with the fact this lady stands before you and tells you, I don't want to come back, I don't want to be here, I came here voluntarily today. Now, who can quarrel with that? That's exactly what she did. They ask all these questions about somebody from the Star, whose name has surfaced in other investigations. How credible is that? If she wanted to make money in this case, she has no job, she has no place to stay. She spent one night this week in a car. If a Star reporter offered her $5,000 with the testimony she has to give in its explosive nature, don't you think she would take that? This is an honorable woman. She does not deserve to be maligned. She does not deserve to be treated this way. If they could come in and show she was going to get some money for this, it'd be something else again. But that's preposterous to ask her a question about billboards in her country. And the fact that we have CNN around the world is of no moment. What they don't seem to realize, because they have homes, is she has a place to go to there. She doesn't have a place to go to here. They're not going to do anything for her. So it's easy to beat up on somebody in court, but it's something else again to have some compassion for people and then, it's easy to beat up on someone in court, but it's something else again to have some compassion for one's fellow man, and especially somebody who's not really a party. We're all locked together in this case until the end. But Rosa Lopez is certainly more transitory in this, and whether or not, and all we're asking is given everything. You consider it as like all the witnesses. Judge, if you think about witnesses who've been impeached, in this case, if I started totaling up witnesses, some of them wouldn't even come back in here. This lady is an honorable lady who has nothing to gain or whatever, except she wants to go on with her life. That's all she said to you. If you have any doubt about it, you look her in the eye and ask her that. And she's told you that. She's told Darden that. So I'm asking you to allow her to give her testimony. And I understand the time crunch, but I also understand, in addition to being a lawyer, I want to be a human being about this, about what this lady did. And I know when I spoke to you last night at 5 o'clock, at that time I didn't know where she was. And when I found out where she was, I indicated to you I was going to get her back here, one way or the other. And you indicated to me to call the district attorney's office, and I followed, and I called Darden and told him that night. So there's an honorable quality about this lady. And I hope that's shown through in her testimony. And I ask the court to consider it. If you have any other questions, I'll be glad to try and address them.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Tucker. Mr. Darden.
Now, as I sat here listening to Mr. Cochran, I wondered, are we talking about the same Rosa Lopez? There are, sorry, did you say something? Mr. Cochran must have had a hard time keeping a straight face as he argued the credibility of Rosa Lopez. The issue at this point isn't whether we should hold a 1335, a conditional examination. The issue is why should we hold a conditional examination? Rosa Lopez has taken the witness stand. She took the oath. She promised to tell the truth. And she did the exact opposite. She told us that she'd made reservations to leave. We called and checked. We found out that she hadn't. And when we confronted her with it, she admitted that she had lied. She told us that she was going to make reservations. I'm not sure that she has, or that she did today. She told us that she hadn't made reservations to leave at some other time. And now we find out that on February 21st, that she booked a round-trip ticket to El Salvador. And what's important about the February 21 date, Your Honor, is that 4 days before, on February 17, she signed a declaration under penalty of perjury saying she was leaving and she wasn't coming back, saying she feared for her life. You tell me, what's going on here? Talking about contradictions. There are contradictions here, contradictions made under penalty of perjury. You can't believe anything Rosa Lopez says, I think, at this point.
Was it the declaration on the 17th that says that she's leaving? I thought that was one that did not say that she was leaving. Let me just double check there.
The February 17th declaration.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
I stand
That's right.
corrected. There were other declarations that did not say that.
Okay. The February 17th declaration says, I've decided to return to my native El Salvador on February 25. That's February 17. And on February 21, she makes a round trip, a reservation for a round trip ticket for March. Okay. We would certainly like to see Rosa Lopez testify in front of the jury. And if what we've seen today is a sneak preview of the defense in this case, then obviously we're looking forward to it. But Ms. Lopez makes these claims and allegations about Broncos and Detective Furman and all these other things. And they're important things, even if her account is untrue. But they're the kinds of things that a jury ought to hear, especially given the complete and total lack of credibility that Rosa Lopez has. They haven't proven that she's about to leave. What we found out about Rosa Lopez is that her accounts, her views, her positions, and her testimony changes with the wind, Your Honor. It changes with the seconds. It changes with time, and she will change and modify that testimony and her view and her position at any given moment, dependent upon who is asking the questions. There is no credible evidence in this record to suggest that she is about to leave this jurisdiction. In fact, the most credible evidence in this record is that she is going to purchase a round-trip ticket in March of 1995. I would ask that the court take note of her cooperation with the defense in this case. She told Ms. Villapano that she called her attorney on many, many occasions. Even when they didn't return her call, she still called. And when she left the state, she called to tell them where she was and to tell them that she would be here. She booked a round-trip ticket for March. She'll come back. She says that she feels as if she has a duty to tell the truth and to assist this defendant. Rosa Lopez will be back. And I tell you, Your Honor, if you don't hold a conditional examination today, she probably won't leave the city of Los Angeles. She probably won't even visit the ticket agency or the travel agent. There's nothing, no credible evidence, no credible testimony in this record to suggest that she is about to leave, and the motion ought to be denied. There are many, many contradictions in the record that I could speak on, in which My clerks from Southwestern Law School were careful to plot out for me so that I could argue those points to the court, but I sense that the court is aware of those contradictions. How can the court accept this witness's testimony? How can the court find her credible? How can we possibly believe that she is going to do what she says? Even as we stand before the court now and argue this issue, I suspect that in the media right now that they have uncovered other contradictions in the testimony that she has given today. The defense has failed to carry the burden, to carry the day on this issue, Your Honor, and we didn't beat up on her. We didn't treat her like they treated our witnesses. We didn't treat them like they treated Ron Shipp, and we didn't ask her about her drinking problems or other personal business. Okay? We treated her in a dignified manner. This is a court of law. Mr. Simpson's freedom is at stake, the people's right to a fair trial, and the public safety is at stake. Given the information she claims to have, and given their complete failure to sustain their burden under 1335 and 1336, the court ought to deny the motion. Ms. Lopez is on her own, as she should be. I'm sure that she will return to her daughter's house. I doubt that she ever slept on the street or did any of that at all. We know where she's been, and she's probably been playing the slot machines and having a good time. And I've indicated to Mr. Cochran that if the DA's office can assist in any reasonable manner in helping them to keep their witness or to stay in contact with their witness, then we're happy to do that, because this is a search for the truth. And we think we know what the truth is, and we think the jury's going to find the truth at the end of this, and we want to help. We want to help the defense, but not this way. It's unfair, it's wrong.
Mr. Darden, let me ask you to address this issue. On the other side of the ledger, having noted the contradictions, the record also indicates that she was, in fact, out of the state of California until the early morning hours of today, that she voluntarily returned, which shows her good faith. And the information that I received that we stipulated to in a sidebar was she was, in fact, outside of the jurisdiction of the state of California. So don't I have to also take into consideration the fact that she did voluntarily come back, she was beyond the jurisdiction of the court, and shouldn't I take that into consideration in evaluating the truthfulness of her statement that she's going to leave? Question number one. Question number two is, do you want to roll the dice? Say, for example, I accept your argument that based upon my analysis of the credibility of the testimony of the witnesses here, that there has not been established that the witness is about to leave the state, as is required under 1337 sub 4. Let's assume that I accept that argument and deny the hearing. We go forward and she does in fact leave the jurisdiction and goes to a place where she is beyond service of the Interstate Compact on witnesses. Well, let's assume that the worst happens as far as Mr. Simpson is concerned and he is found guilty of some felony serious crime. Then we have an appellate issue on the abuse of discretion by this court failing to grant a 1335, when the only downside is that if she is unavailable under we have to have a 240 hearing somewhere further down the line to see if she's still in fact unavailable at the time that the defense case goes on.
The court should consider her return to this jurisdiction to testify today as proof positive of her willingness to assist the defense in any manner that she can. And I think that's probably about all that it's worth. And as far as rolling the dice is concerned, Your Honor, we believe that the record supports a finding that they have failed to carry their burden. The court does have discretion There are many, many contradictions and inconsistencies in the testimony of Ms. Lopez and Ms. Lopez's testimony as opposed to the second witness. And this testimony, all of this testimony, we believe will support the court's finding that a conditional examination is inappropriate under these circumstances. We don't see it as an issue of rolling the dice or not. It's not a roll the dice issue. We fought hard on this issue because we believed this person to be, and I don't want to offend anyone this afternoon, but we did not believe she was a credible individual. We felt that the jury ought to hear her testify. That is, if they really want to take her testimony, that is, as opposed to creating an appellate issue in this case. At any event, Your Honor, the record, we think, fully supports the court's finding, if the court is inclined to so find that a conditional examination is not necessary. I don't think that Rosa Lopez will miss out on testifying again in these proceedings in front of the whole world. I think she'll be back. I think if Mr. Jones asks her to come back, or if Mr. Simpson should ask her to come back, I think she will. I'm sure she will. I'm not sure they're going to want her to come back, but I think if they ask that she will. And once again, the people are prepared to offer some assistance to the defense in terms of bringing her back if they really...
And the people maintain their position at this time that they will not allow, or they object to calling Rosa Lopez out of order so that she can testify in front of the jury.
I'm sorry, Ron, I didn't hear at the beginning.
You maintain your position that you would object to calling her out of order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
If the prosecution is so confident that Rosa Lopez is not a credible witness, then let me reiterate our offer that we made earlier, we just asked them about. If they're so convinced, let her call her in here and ask her, Judge, if we can put her on the stand Monday morning. She can leave Monday night. Let her testify before this jury on Monday. Since they think they're so proud of what they can show, let her testify. They want to search for truth. Let them do that. They're not going to do that, Your Honor, because we'd asked them that before. And I think it's really the height of arrogance and really unfair. Mr. Darden knows that she was not in Las Vegas, Nevada. Her flight went through there. She couldn't get a through flight. That's why she flew last night till 1:30. And how disingenuous is it for a lawyer to stand up here and talk about slot machines when the only flight she could get was through Las Vegas to get to L.A.? That's preposterous.
That argument doesn't carry any weight because...
It may not, but it offends me because it shouldn't have happened, Your Honor. And so I have to, I feel duty-bound to say that. Please allow me that. Now, having said that, let me get back to the issues. You put your finger on it directly. The prosecution, in their zest to win, their obsession to win, well, they don't care about rolling any dice. In this case, they're not worried about that. You are the judge, and you're the one who has to be wise because it's your discretion who's at stake. What we're saying to you, you saw this witness who came back on her own. She didn't have to do that. She doesn't want to testify. She didn't get anything out of this. And if she doesn't come back, if she does what she says she's going to do, and I found her credible on that. She said she'd come back today. She did that. She says she's not coming back after today, and I believe that. You heard those particular questions, which were the most important ones here today, even though she had respect for you because of what it's done to her life. And, you know, for them to say that she didn't sleep on the street, that is the evidence from this case. That's what she testified about. And we know she then left this jurisdiction. And the whole evidence is she's had this problem with her family. It just seems to me to defy credulity and to be the height of insensitivity for them to talk about this. They talk about this as a witness. A witness. She's not a party to this case. She should be treated with some amount of dignity, and I think the court is doing that and looking at all the facts in this case. When you do that, I think we've made our burden. If you look at any case where a witness has been away, came back on their own with no place to stay, and says, I'm not going to be here afterwards, and you have a man charged with the most serious of offenses, what more can we do under the circumstances than to make the presentation we've made? She's here because we made arrangements to get her back and because she called us, not because they did anything. If they really don't think she's credible, let her come before the jury. Otherwise, let us have our 1335 and let's resolve this matter and move on, Your Honor.
When the Court of Appeals takes a look at this record, they'll look at the record as it stood today. And regardless of what may happen in the future, but as the record stands today, how can you find her credible? How can we possibly believe that she is about to leave? She has lawyers telling her, hey, it's okay. It's okay to go back to El
Well, the thing that troubles me the most, Mr. Darden, is the fact that she was, in fact, out of the state today.
That's what Mr. Cochran has told us, yes. And she's back. People come and go all the time, Your Honor. She has come and gone from here to El Salvador, what, 27, somewhere between 27 and 50 occasions? We called El Salvador. Okay. She can't hide from the media, and from what I understand from our conversations today, they're a lot more ruthless.
This is argument,
okay, that is the media. That is the media is a lot more ruthless down there than they are here, as I understand. There are billboards down there saying, if you see Rosa Lopez, call this number. We learned today, Your Honor, that. Okay.
Well, Mr. Cochran, it's interesting. I'll hear it.
Sure.
I can make the distinction.
There was a Rosa Lopez sighting in San Salvador a short time ago.
I'm not surprised about that.
And they hounded and followed this woman for quite some time until they finally realized that she was not this Rosa Lopez. The reporters our office spoke to today say they are waiting. They are waiting for her to land. She's big. Maybe bigger than you, Judge. I don't know. But okay. But she can't run from the press, and none of us can. But the record still is clear. There is no credible evidence in the record, no credible proof that she is about to leave. You can't believe anything she says. She contradicts herself. I mean, there are inherent conflicts in her own testimony, Your Honor. And you don't have to beat up on her or badger her to bring these conflicts out. She conflicts herself. You know, what else can we do? We have a right to a fair trial.
It is a contradictory record. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. And so, and under the circumstances, the court certainly has discretion given these circumstances. And we don't see it as an issue of rolling the dice. We're in it for the long haul, and we think that the court, that should the court deny this motion, that the court will be standing on sound legal grounds.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Last thing I'd like to say, Your Honor, is we don't see this as anything funny at all. The fact that there may be press, or he made some call down to El Salvador, and sending messages like that, I think are very, very unfortunate. If everybody around the world is watching this, how we conduct ourselves seems to be important. And what I'm concerned about is this particular witness. This lady believes her life is in jeopardy. And what we do has a lot to do with that. And it seems to me we
counsel, the issue goes back to 1337 sub 4, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the issue.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is an interesting situation. This is an abuse of discretion standard that I have to apply here in finding whether or not a conditional examination is necessary or required under these circumstances. We have a witness who, on the positive side of the ledger, was in fact, and I believe was in fact, out of the state of California until the early morning hours this morning, was in fact out of the state. She did in fact return and cooperatively after the request by her attorney, Mr. Jones, and by the defense counsel here. She has stated unequivocally to the court today that she intends on leaving tomorrow. On the other side of the ledger, we have the fact that the reason that she has given the press harassment is contradicted by her cooperation with KMEX Channel 34, speaking to their reporter Villapando, and her friendliness with the court TV personnel. It seems to contradict her fear of harassment by the press. Also, she has indicated in her declaration dated on the 17th of February that she is leaving on the 25th, when in fact she had reservations for mid-March to return on a round-trip ticket as well. So the issue is whether or not her claim, the court deems credible her claim that she is going to leave the jurisdiction and not return any time during the course of this trial, and will not voluntarily return, and in fact she is going to go to a jurisdiction where securing her attendance here in California will be difficult, if not legally impossible. I have to balance also the materiality of the proffered testimony, which is that she observed, my understanding from the allegations is that she observed Mr. Simpson's Bronco parked at his residence at a time that is inconsistent with the prosecution theory of the case. Balancing the materiality of that proffered testimony with the factors that I've discussed here, the cautious resolution of this is to grant the motion for a 1335.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute recess and then we'll commence the hearing. Conduct this.
It's not a matter of it's not possible. Yes, Mr. Darden will be able to conduct this, Your Honor, but this is an important witness, and it is important that I be here. We collaborate, Mr. Darden and I, on everything, whether I'm presenting the witness or he is. And I'm sure the court has already seen evidence of that. And I had no idea the court was going to order the jury in for tonight. There was no way of knowing that you were going to do that. I mean, you didn't even tell us. This was just, the last-minute thing, given the problems.
As soon as I decided that the option of conducting a 1335 that's videotaped and taking a witness out of order in front of the jury, of those two options, I like taking the witness out of order much better than videotaping them.
And obviously the court has discretion to do that. I'm not arguing with the court's authority to do that, but, Your Honor, I guess I can't be here. And if the court had informed me...
Ms. Clark, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I had forgotten that problem. And that's my fault for having forgotten about that. What is your time pressure at the immediate moment?
At the immediate moment, I have to leave. I won't be able to get back until 8:30 or 9.
This evening?
Right. I can come in tomorrow.
All right. Mr. Jones, would you ask Ms. Lopez to join us, please? Ms. Whites?
Have you heard of something?
I'm sorry?
Have you heard something?
Sure. Mr. Cochran?
I am sensitive to the child care needs of our counsel, Ms. Clark, Your Honor, but the court has made your decision. That's why we have a number of lawyers on each team. There'll be various parts of this case where lawyers will not be present. This is Mr. Darden's witness. I can understand this argument. It'll be more compelling if this was not Mr. Darden's witness, but as the court has seen, Mr. Darden is absolutely capable of conducting this examination. He has Ms. Sherry Lewis, he has Mr. Yokelson, he has any number of other DAs upstairs who can assist. It's with everything else, and I want to be sensitive about this, is a balancing process. We have a lady who does not want to come back and, of course, made a finding after today. and it's a difficult problem. You can make your query, but I'd like at least to be heard in this regard. I think that Ms. Clark can be here for the parts that she can, or come back, but I think you made the decision. We should move ahead. If we're going to have 20 jurors coming and all the rest of us, in this situation, when this is Mr. Darden's witness, it seems to me we should be able to proceed ahead. This is an extraordinary situation, and I think you made the right decision, and I think that we should go forward. And when Ms. Clark can rejoin us, then so be it. But this is Darden's witness.
Well, the difficulty, though, Mr. Cochran, is that Ms. Clark has been and continues to be the lead prosecutor. And given your role in this case, were you to be absent for a part or be required to be away, I would call a recess for you as well. And you know, we've made adjustments for Ms. Clark's child care requirements, and that's something the court is more than willing to do. And I just plain forgot.
I start off by saying I'm sensitive to that, but as the court heard earlier, we did. No, I am. But Darden still is going to do the witnesses. There is direct examination before Darden gets a chance. Mr. Darden. But I was just trying to, if I could have a second.
Sure.
Supposed to be one of their most critical witnesses, Your Honor, certainly.
Well, I'm told the jurors are here. Okay. See, I've really been hiding them somewhere in the courthouse.
Building, I think. You're going to inquire, Ms. Lopez. I'll have something more to say after that.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good evening, sir. And Madam Interpreter, would you interpret the court's comments for Ms. Lopez? Mr. Jones, I have made a finding that your client is a material witness, and it was my intention, in fact, I have ordered the jury brought over because I was going to exercise the court's discretion, alter the order of proof, allow the defense to call Ms. Lopez as a witness out of order, and testify in front of the jury. And I have been told that the jury is, half of it's probably here at this point, and Deputy Browning confirms that. I had completely forgotten about Ms. Clark's child care obligations, and I have deep admiration for her as a single parent and understanding the obligations of a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, and it's something that's beyond my control at this point, and she is the lead prosecutor. And she's entitled to be here when we examine this witness before the jury. Having made a finding that and it was my intention to start right now with the jury and go until we finish. And the jurors had not been in session today, so they would have been fresh, and we could have gone until midnight. And my staff is ready to stay till midnight. But I have to drive half the staff home tonight because they're missing trains. So we plan to do this. Unfortunately, and that's having made the finding that your client is likely to leave, I'm now in a position that, having determined that she's a material witness, having taken as credible her testimony that she is going to leave, I'm in a situation where I have to either impose a material witness bond on her under 1332 or incarcerate her if I cannot get her to promise me that she'll obey my court order to return on Monday. So we're sort of in a dilemma at this point. Would you take a moment? I know you've talked to your client about it already, but we're in a slightly different, significantly different situation at this point.
And I understand, and I will take the time. However, we have discussed it at length. I've discussed with her the various alternatives, and I've even, in anticipation of the people's, and I assume it's the people's request that some bond be set. But we talked about that as well. She does not want to be locked up.
And believe me, Mr. Jones, the last thing in the world I want to do is do that.
Your Honor, what I would ask is permission of the court to let Mrs. Lopez address you. I simply cannot do it with the emotions that that she expresses to me. She's very upset.
I understand.
May she address?
I want to allow her, I have accepted her testimony to me that she is going to leave. I have accepted that as true. And I've also accepted that she is a material witness and should testify before the jury. And the jury is available. I have a logistical problem that one of the lawyers cannot be here, who is entitled and should be here, Ms. Lopez. And Ms. Lopez, I apologize to you, but I've made the finding that I believe that you are going to return to El Salvador.
Did she address the court?
Certainly.
Please? I also am sympathetic to the child care problems of a single parent. However, I would indicate to the court that consistently it has been Mr. Darden who has contacted me with respect to, or messages on his behalf, indicating he is the one who wants to interview her. And we are at this late hour, in my opinion, simply because Mr. Darden has wasted the afternoon with questions that I think have to do with my attorney fees and my fee arrangements. And we set this on a Friday. There's no guarantee that we can get out of here at 4 o'clock. And I just think if we have to balance the equities here, on the one hand, having Mr. Darden, who wanted to interview her, who took the afternoon, who requested the Friday setting, against Mrs. Lopez being locked up, I think the equities fall on her side.
Well, she doesn't have to be locked up if she'll promise me she'll come back on Monday.
May she address that?
And I'll make arrangements to have her housed over the weekend. Ms. Lopez, do you have something you wish to say? Good evening.
That I wanted to leave. I don't want to be here any longer.
Todos los reporteros me han destrozado mi vida.
All these reporters have destroyed my life.
Ya no puedo salir a ninguna parte. Tengo tanto temor para tantas cosas y yo no sé
I
qué
can't go
hacer.
out anywhere. I am so afraid of so many things. I don't know what else to say.
Y yo prometí venir ahora porque dijeron que ahora terminaba esto y yo me podía ir al tomar que terminar esto, me podía
I
ir.
promised to come today because I was promised that this was going to finish today and then I could go to El Salvador.
All right, Ms. Lopez, unfortunately, it does not look like we are going to finish today. And I have the feeling, unfortunately, that your situation will not likely improve when you return to El Salvador. But I have to balance the fact that you are an important witness for Mr. Simpson and that the prosecution is entitled to ask you questions in front of the jury.
Yo le agradezco mucho a
I am very
usted
grateful to you
y también a los señores jurados
and also to the jury
que estén tan tarde por mi culpa.
that they're here so late because of my fault.
Pero yo deseaba con toda mi alma irme mañana para mi país.
But I wish with my heart that I could go tomorrow back to my country.
Ms. Lopez,
Señora
the
Lopez.
planes fly, as you know, to El Salvador on a regular basis. I will start your case, your testimony in front of the jury, the first thing we do with the jury Monday at 9 o'clock.
Por usted,
I
señor
will
juez.
do it for you, Your Honor.
All right, do you promise me that you'll obey my order to return?
Sí.
Yes.
May I make one suggestion?
Sure.
Por eso queríamos, señoría. Sí.
May I make one suggestion?
Su señoría, ¿puedo sugerir una cosa?
Yes.
Just before, I did check, maybe it relates to Ms. Clark, if you just one second, if you can. Would the court consider, I think Ms. Clark mentioned this earlier, would the court consider, having made your finding, an unusual Saturday morning session where we can try to conclude this? Ms. Clark can do it, we can all do it, and it would still allow Ms. Lopez to make that 11 o'clock flight tomorrow night. And would the court consider that? I think everybody could do it. It would get us back on track for Monday morning. We're on our new schedule Monday, and it seems to, if the court is has made this finding, it better balances what you were talking about. It gives her a chance to leave tomorrow night, and we could finish this thing in one day. The jurors will be here anyway tomorrow, and I think Ms. Clark can do it. That seems to be fairer.
We've scheduled other things for the jurors tomorrow.
We're on a plane still going to El Salvador today, twice.
No, that's not the answer.
Well, no, frankly, counsel, we need to have a weekend in between. Monday morning, 9 o'clock. The other matter that we scheduled 9 o'clock, we'll put off to another day. Madam, Mr. Robinson, would you contact Deputy Downs and tell him Tuesday?
That's fine. Your Honor, you recall she has no place to stay. May we approach?
Yes, we'll make arrangements for that. All right, Mrs. Lopez, just so we're clear, I'm going to order you to return Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I'll make arrangements for your housing between now and Monday. Do you understand that?
Y no quiero reporteros en el hotel donde me deje Johnny. Yo no
And
quiero
I don't want
reporteros.
any reporters at the hotel where Johnny takes me to. I don't want any reporters.
I'll do my best to assure that.
Así hago lo best for you.
I'll do my best for you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Lopez.
Thank
Why don't
you.
you have a seat, and we'll talk with you and your attorney in a moment. All right, then if there's nothing else to put on the record. All right, thank you, counsel. What do you suggest I do with our jurors since I have them all in the back room now? Tell them something? Thank them? Actually, I think I will, because they've been
They're going to notice Ms. Barr's absence, Your Honor. I don't think that's...
Well, that's,
I don't think that's the case.
we've dragged, we've,
Blame something on her implicitly, wondering why they're here and then they leave.
no.
Please bring him out, state.
No, I'm gonna tell them that we had an unusual situation. There was a possibility we were going to call a witness out of order. We had some difficulty in doing that. Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll see him Monday. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Ladies and gentlemen, be seated. All right, records to reflect that we've been joined by people who look like our jury. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all welcome you back to court. As you can see, it's rather late on a Friday, and we're still working. We've been in session all day today, and I made a decision about an hour ago that there was an unusual situation where I was going to call a witness out of order and present that witness to you this evening. After I made that decision, another problem came up that indicated that we could not go forward with that testimony this evening. I was planning on going till midnight tonight with this witness if necessary because of the situation that arose. Things have changed and suddenly we're not going to do that. But that's why you were brought over and that was my intention. So I apologize to you for embarrassing you like this. And bringing you over because now something's changed and now we're going to quit and start again fresh Monday morning at 9 o'clock. But I thought I should at least tell you why you were rousted out from your location, brought over here, and told that we were going to proceed. I didn't mean to embarrass you. And I appreciate your good humor with all of this and bearing with us. This is going to be an unusual trial and things like this are going to happen, I'm sure, again. I see some nods. You know that this is not easy for all of us. I know that you're all impressed to see all of us here still working at 10 minutes after 6 on a Friday. But from the smiles I can see, I haven't antagonized too many of you. All right, so we'll see you again. Remember my admonitions to you, though. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, and do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. There are some other things that I'll need to talk to you about on Monday, but I'll see you Monday. All right, have a nice weekend. All right, we're in recess, 9 o'clock.